Jinji is an extraordinarily talented person with a knife. The blade in his hand is as sharp as light. Nothing can resist Jinji's blade. Everything is cut cleanly without any resistance. He trains hard day and night, his hands calloused from relentless practice. Since dropping out of high school, Jinji has dedicated 20 years to the knife profession, continuously pursuing perfection. After 2 decades of training, Jinji was honored as the country's #1 master of knives. In the restaurant, Jinji is busy with omakase courses. Each dish a masterpiece of art. Customers praise the delicious food and spread the word about the chef with exquisite knife skills. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, causing a stir in the kitchen. A mysterious guest has just appeared. A kitchen assistant announces that Jinji's phone is ringing, disrupting the kitchen atmosphere. Jinji is surprised because the phone should have been on silent. He removes his earphones to check. A strange notification from a game he once deleted appears on the screen. Something is wrong. A kitchen assistant calls him back. Customers are waiting. There is no time for distractions. Jinji sighs, trying to hide his embarrassment, and tells the staff to lie that the dish is sold out. He reluctantly turns his back but senses suspicion and pressure from the person opposite him. A strange man enters, calls him Mr. Kim, and demands a decisive answer. The stranger confidently says he has given Jinji enough time to think. For Jinji, it is not an easy choice. The blonde man laughs self-mockingly, feigning regret but with eyes full of calculation. He opens a briefcase full of cash, skillfully saying that the one asking for help should show sincerity first. 3 billion won advance, he shouts loudly, smiling suspiciously wide, with the condition that the mission must be completed perfectly. A heavy oppressive atmosphere spreads. The space is torn by invisible energy, extreme tension. The young chef tightens his knife handle, his eyes cold, no longer an ordinary person. He looks straight at the opponent and coldly declares, "This is a kitchen, cleanliness is the top priority." A piece of meat falls straight to the floor. He orders without mercy, "Please leave here." The blonde man bursts into loud laughter, praises him as a sword master, and mocks that cutting fish is too trivial. The blade gleams with a sharp light, a final warning move from the chef in black. The blonde man panics, hurriedly stepping back amid the shouts and fear of his black-suited henchmen. Although kicked out of the kitchen, the blonde man still smirks, vowing to return soon. "Let's go, guys." He turns his back and retreats, leaving a heavy atmosphere behind. The night wind blows gently, a calm before a new undercurrent wave. 2 colleagues in the kitchen talk about the 3 billion offer. The young chef just sighs quietly. The one in white reasons, just intimidation. No one is forced to kill anyone. Living for oneself is also worthy. He smiles softly, saying the game was deleted long ago, and if it were money, he probably would still refuse. Jinji stands silently looking at the empty kitchen, smoking and sighing because his colleagues left early. He looks up at the night sky, recalling a turbulent childhood after his family went bankrupt. Throughout his growing years, he only knew to bury himself in work, forgetting what it means to truly live. The phone rings again, making Jinji annoyed by the constant disturbance. He pulls out his phone, sees a notification from an old game, and wonders if someone drunk reinstalled it. Jinji laughs, mocking that the old game still has Demon King after all these years without being removed. His finger slides onto the notification, accidentally activating a game he had long forgotten. The screen lights up brightly, a female character with blue hair appears along with familiar noisy background music. A line of glowing red data pierces through the screen, making Jinji stare at his phone in astonishment. Jinji's eyes widened, reflecting the dazzling light. He had no time to react further. A young chef in white entered, announcing that the boss was calling Jinji for a meeting. But looking around, he was stunned to see the phone lying on the floor with no sign of Jinji. He stepped outside. Searching in the night, Jinji had vanished without a trace. Why did he leave his phone behind? A voice behind sounded suspicious. A colleague interrupted, probably went to the restroom. No one suspected anything unusual was happening. The phone screen displayed 100%. Transfer complete. The process was finished. Miracle Blessing M. A pay-to-win mobile game with a boring auto-hunt system. Although rated only 2.5 stars, the game remained popular thanks to attractive female characters and heavy advertising. Kang Geometryma admitted, the only reason he played this game was because of beautiful girls. 3 female characters with ideal appearances made him decide to give the game a chance. Though never spending money or playing seriously, he was completely drawn into the game world. Not the main character, nor an NPC, he was shocked to realize he was a background character. Kang Geometryma was possessed by the body of a background character with an unclear role in the game. And here, he learned his name was Kang Geometry Ma. A cold blue-haired woman bumped strongly into Kang Geometry Ma's shoulder, catching his attention. Kang Geometry Ma was stunned to realize the one who bumped into him was a girl. Though surprised, he quickly asked if she was okay. She replied gently, "Nothing serious." He realized this game world was set in Korea, very familiar to him. Names, places, everything was surprisingly similar, only slightly different in spelling. Thanks to this similarity, Kang Geometry Ma quickly adapted to the new world. He lived a year as a teenager, temporarily forgetting the boundary between reality and game. Entering the house, his mother welcomed him proudly. "My son, the pride of the Kang family, Kang Geometry Ma." Kang Geometry Ma's parents happily showed off the acceptance letter from the prestigious Hawkin Academy. He felt awkward because his parents were too proud, though he knew nothing about the entrance exam. They kept mentioning the enrollment ceremony tomorrow, leaving Geometry Ma no way out. He sat dejectedly in his room, thinking that with such a festive atmosphere, he couldn't refuse. Geometry Ma sighed, wondering how many times he had wanted to quit but no one cared. Looking at the family photo, he felt exhausted. "It's all because of you." He looked at himself in the photo, still Geometry Ma, and wondered how he could get accepted into such a prestigious school. It turned out that before being possessed, the real Kang Geometry Ma had unlocked his abilities and passed the entrance exam successfully. Kang Geometry Ma had truly been admitted to Hawkin Academy with just one exam attempt. He was shocked by his achievement, wondering, could he be a genius? A blessing is what grants people the ability to use special powers. It operates like skills in a role-playing game. However, not everyone receives this sacred protection. Because blessings are mostly hereditary, not everyone can have them. Those with blessings are ranked nobles, commoners, privileged people based on their power level. This system was established to protect the power of the upper class. The newly created special admission system opened doors for students not from heroic families. Kang Geometry Ma was one of the few chosen through this special channel despite having no special background. He wondered, why do we need heroes? A seemingly redundant question. The clear answer: to fight against monstrous creatures coming from the blazing red abyss in space. They are terrifying monsters, dragons, orcs, goblins descending upon humanity like a nightmare. But for Kang Geometry Ma, that reality was not the world he lived in. A hero training school, like re-enlisting in the army. Lying back on the chair, Geometry Ma spoke despondently and uttered the skill blessing. The status line displayed the skill: complete pain relief for 30 seconds. Cooldown 12 hours. He could only sigh helplessly. He looked at the screen lighting up, remembering this was the blessing received when taking over this body. The blessing named Sword God. Just slash to cut. Permanent effect. No cooldown. This skill had never appeared in the game, and its description was too simple, making him suspicious. He carefully read the activation conditions. The sword must be under 30 centimeters long, no wider than 5 centimeters. That size made him think of a sashimi knife specialized for cutting raw fish. Looking up to the sky, he didn't understand what they ultimately wanted from him. Leaning back tiredly, he sighed. Life never goes as expected. Just after resting, he was startled, almost forgetting to pack his combat equipment. He recalled the time playing the game where equipment in that world had unimaginable value. Even E-rank equipment was worth millions, while common C-rank gear was valued at hundreds of millions. A-rank and S-rank weapons were so precious they were considered treasures in that world. He gloomily thought about the exorbitant tuition fees, unwilling to spend money on a place he was forced to enter. But the entrance test required bringing equipment or otherwise he would be marked from day one. He sighed helplessly, knowing there was no other choice in this situation. Finally, he decisively said, "Let me go to Daikso." He suddenly remembered his first teacher who always said Japanese knives were worth hundreds of times more. A master does not blame the weapon. The male student pointed at the tightly wrapped stack of knives, surprised, asking, "What about this?" During the enrollment ceremony, students had to have their weapons checked. The male student approached the inspection table. The bald trainer was suspicious, thinking this was an annual prank from upperclassmen. He slammed his hand on the table, angrily questioning the male student holding a kitchen knife. The male student calmly replied, "This is my equipment." The trainer was surprised, silent for a moment before that straightforward answer. He shouted to call other students while the male student responded calmly, "Yes, coach." The male student explained he came from a commoner family, couldn't afford expensive gear, and chose a kitchen knife as his weapon. The man was astonished to recognize Kang Geometry Ma's special name tag color, indicating a direct admission student. He pondered the injustice, as wealth prejudices targeted determined students. He was shocked to realize even the 30% tuition discount implied low social status. Kang Geometry Ma firmly stated, Only amateurs blame poor equipment. The words struck like lightning, leaving the man stunned, eyes wide in amazement. In his eyes, Kang Geometry-ma radiated the aura of a true master, far beyond his teenage years. He was moved to tears, silently exclaiming, "G-Goat! Greatest of all time." The instructor officially recognized Kang Geometry-ma, allowing him to use his own equipment. The black-haired student bowed to thank the coach, while a blue-haired student behind crossed arms and watched coldly. Other students whispered with contempt about his directed mission, showing doubt and discomfort about his abilities. The coach angrily shouted for order and told students to wait their turn for evaluation, making the student embarrassed. He clearly declared that the student's attitudes would determine whether he was an angel or a devil, frightening the student into trembling. After the test, he stepped out onto the schoolyard sighing, feeling tired and needing rest after the tense events. Sitting on a stone bench under a tree's shade, he gasped, thinking he had predicted everything but still felt hurt. He silently thought at least he had completed equipment evaluation and enrollment ceremony with only the placement test ahead. He was silent, partially covering his face, his eyes quietly full of fatigue and contemplation, reflecting the pressure building inside. The main character was determined to move forward, entering Joaquin, the hero training academy where he would study for the next 3 years. Upon arrival, he was surprised by the scale of the academy, much larger and more magnificent than anything he had seen on screen. He sat on a bench amid the tree-shaded campus, smiling as he admitted the scenery here was truly impressive. Under the canopy, he recalled the past when he had to drop out due to family circumstances, now sitting at one of the most prestigious schools for the elite. An announcement sounded, "New students must gather at the training hall at 3 o'clock for placement tests." He immediately focused on the loudspeaker. He quickly packed his luggage, thinking about the enrollment ceremony just completed and realizing the upcoming test was the crucial part. Holding a short sword, he told himself to get used to exams, though he was no stranger to weapons. Recalling his first teacher's words, he tightened his grip on the sword. 20 years living by the blade. 1 year of rest could not dull that skill. He carefully examined the sword, gently stroking the blade to check its quality. After a few light taps, he nodded in satisfaction, feeling its elasticity and sharpness. The next challenge he thought of was slicing a leaf to truly test its sharpness. When drawing the sword from its sheath, a sudden powerful energy burst surrounded the blade. A system notification appeared, confirming the weapon met the activation conditions for the blessing of the sword god. But immediately, the system warned that his physical condition was too weak to use the sword. Not only that, the equipment was also rated too weak and was being forcibly synchronized with the user. He was shocked to realize that just drawing the sword had automatically activated its power. Level 1 activated, the space lit up and a message rang out, "May the blessings of the gods be with you." His eyes opened wide in horror, filled with panic facing the uncontrollable event. The young man gripped the sword tightly, his whole body glowing with red lightning, fierce energy surging around him. Overwhelmed by power, he panicked thinking he might die, a near-death feeling that made him tremble. His eyes bulged, veins prominent, body distorted as energy overwhelmed all sensation. A sudden blinding light exploded, tearing apart the surrounding space with terrifying force. He stood amid the shattered space, breathing heavily, eyes fixed on the chaos before him, astonished and surprised. Looking around, his face confused and bitter, he muttered, "Damn it! He never thought he'd end up like this." He tightly grasped a short knife, a purple flash cutting across space, whispering confusedly, "What the hell just happened?" The short knife suddenly fell to the ground, ringing a sharp metallic sound in the dark space full of thunder and electricity. A fierce purple light engulfed everything, pulling the student into its center, causing him to scream in terror. His eyes opened wide, filled with confusion as he realized something extraordinary had just occurred. He looked around at the peaceful scene and said doubtfully, "Am I back?" The short knife seemed to have brought him out of that strange place. Sudden pain struck, he held his head, sweat pouring down, face contorted. "It hurts." He reasoned in his mind. The ability had been activated, but could the sword god's blessing be tearing the world apart? Was this pain a side effect? His hand trembled, eyes heavy with thought. If every activation hurt this much, then this might be. The male student stood looking at the short knife on the ground, confused because he couldn't use it. The loudspeaker announced that all new students must gather at the training hall immediately. The male student hesitated but decided to pick up the short knife, reassuring himself that the first time might just be a minor glitch. He bent down, trembling as he prepared to grasp the short knife, trying to calm himself. The male student grabbed the handle of the short knife but was immediately met with a strong opposing energy force. His body was shocked by the energy, thrown backward, and he screamed in intense pain in the courtyard. The training hall appeared majestic, crowded with students entering from various entrances. New students gathered in the spacious training hall, buzzing with chatter about the upcoming test. A middle-aged man chatted happily with two others, mentioning that his son's enrollment also cost quite a bit. The blue-haired man reacted with surprise, praised by his bodyguard for overcoming a difficult journey to get here. Sword Emperor Siegfried von Nibelung appeared, sitting majestically on a chair, introduced as the 7-star hero. Siegfried was further introduced as the direct descendant of Aaron Nibelung and disciple of the legendary hero Balor Hoakin. The bodyguard called Siegfried the strongest human, then returned to their seats with the group, leaving a silent atmosphere. Siegfried gave a slight, somewhat bitter smile as he observed the stands. Siegfried suddenly shifted his sharp gaze in one direction, showing alertness. Medea Poison appeared alluringly, affectionately calling Sieg, revealing they hadn't met for a long time, and was introduced as the 7-star sage. Sieg stood silently recalling, amazed that half a century had passed. He gently called his old friend's name, Medea. Medea mocked Sieg's sloppy appearance, and he replied that character was the most precious thing. Medea offered to use magic to make Sieg younger, but he refused and scolded her for still being childish despite nearing 70. Medea giggled, teasing Sieg for being old yet unchanged, making him angrily call her an old hat. Medea admitted Sieg had changed a lot, even going to places he once ignored. Medea reminded Sieg that he once despised arrogant nobles, yet now he sat among them as if nothing was wrong. Medea mocked Sieg for taking a beautiful girl as his niece, implying something shady. Without rebuttal, Sieg silently looked down at the arena and announced that the ceremony was about to begin. Two students, one with spiky blue hair and one with pink hair, chatted happily as they entered the crowded schoolyard. A male student wearing sunglasses smiled confidently, asking his friend back while both watched something about to happen. The black-haired student stood quietly in the schoolyard amid the bustling crowd, eyes fixed forward. He wondered why he was the only one with black-colored weapons and began to notice discriminatory looks from those around him. In a flashback, he recalled scornful words from classmates about his special admission status and humble origins. Groups of students whispered as a strange light suddenly emitted from the gate, attracting all eyes. He turned around in surprise, clearly sensing the atmosphere change with the arrival of a stranger. The aura from ahead caused male students to panic, their faces showing clear unease. The black-haired student recognized a girl he once knew also attending the academy, causing nearby friends to show astonishment. Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, appeared powerfully in the schoolyard, drawing all eyes with her superior demeanor. She was the female lead in the game and also the reason the main character once spent a lot of money because of her. Introducing Subspace, an alternate space created by hero Balor Joaquin alongside founding the academy. In Subspace, damage and pain are real, but upon leaving, the real-world body remains intact as if never injured. Because it is unaffected by the real world, even acts like killing in Subspace can be overlooked. The teacher mentioned the tradition of Subspace battles, which this year would adopt a battle royale format, a novel survival mode. The survival game begins by dividing into groups of 10, with evaluation based on the longest survival time and no weapon restrictions. An elderly man worried that unlimited armament would favor the elite. A blue-haired woman replied that this was a necessary compromise since the academy was sponsored by the nobility. A white-haired man said he had worked hard to introduce the special admission system into the academy, showing it was a policy he promoted. The main character realized the policy they were discussing was the special admission system and showed no clear emotion. A beautiful blue-haired female student entered the campus, causing many male students nearby to marvel at her beauty beyond imagination. Many male students tried to start conversations with the blue-haired girl. The main character felt sorry for them and admitted that if he hadn't known better, he would have done the same. The blue-haired girl was revealed to be Abel von Nibelung, a character in the game Miracles Blessing M. She was an important character directly connected to the main character in the game, which changed the entire situation. The main character concluded that beautiful people always have suitable partners, implying the difficult gap between him and Abel. The main character considered himself a special admission student, wanting no involvement in the noisy school life. He always pursued a safe, normal, and stable life for his future. His goal was smooth studies, a stable job, and a safe life. However, when opening a career guidebook, he was surprised to see hero as the most popular profession with extremely high pay. He forced a smile, thinking he wasn't suited to be a hero since just drawing a knife made him shudder and tremble. He casually refused the role of world protector and sought an easier job for himself. A voice announced that the rules for Joaquin Academy's 783rd placement test would soon be revealed. This year's placement test was officially announced as a battle royale, a survival battle. Among 10 students, the leader was ranked star, while ranks 2 and 3 were dragons. Ranks 4 to 7 were called wolves, and ranks 8 to 10 were normal, with these results determining class placement. Scores were calculated automatically with no time limit. The main character likened the exam to a game and wanted to keep a normal rank to avoid attention. The space-creating device was activated, the exam officially began, and candidates teleported simultaneously. Before battle, a blessing was sent to the candidates. May the heroes be blessed. And the main characters silently resolved to avoid drawing weapons if possible. Group 24's evaluation ended in chaos. Rachel took first place, while second place was not yet announced. Group 47 completed their evaluation, with Saki Ryojo first and Sarada second. 2 judges observed from the stands. A female judge pondered while watching the developments, seemingly noticing something important. The blue-haired woman with red glasses reported on an outstanding batch of students including Sieg, the silver-haired old man's granddaughter, and other famous descendants. Results were almost predetermined. The old man listened silently. The screen displayed Abel von Nibelung's profile with height, weight, and combat photo. The teacher was impressed by her use of C-rank weapons. Though she lost to Sieg, Abel still ranked in the top 10. The white-haired old man commented that this was normal for descendants of the Nibelung family, showing expectation and silent pride in his cold eyes. The old man stood up to leave as the evaluation neared its end. The blue-haired teacher reminded him there was still one more group, but he disdainfully called them descendants of pigs. They said their goodbyes. The old man walked away coldly, saying, "See you next time," while the teacher sarcastically replied, "See you in the afterlife." A strange, suspicious sound echoed in the darkness as the old man left the stands, his face showing suspicion and alertness. The expression of the blue-haired woman turned serious as she sensed something unusual happening, her eyes directed far toward the hall. The entire arena became chaotic, teachers and students looking up in astonishment as a strange phenomenon occurred right before their eyes. Students in the arena all looked up at the sky, surprised by the strange event. Their eyes filled with amazement and worry. The blue-haired woman startled, asking the silver-haired old man if he felt the recent shock, while he frowned, affirming the event was truly unreasonable. The entire arena began to stir, groups of people whispering as they clearly felt an unusual pressure spreading throughout the space. The silver-haired old man reflected, noticing no place near the chairman emitted such a terrifying aura as before, making him suspect something bad was about to happen. A gloomy sound echoed like a hellish reverberation. Both the old man and the blue-haired woman immediately turned toward the source of the strange aura. From the sky, a dazzling blue energy suddenly fell like a meteor, causing them to recoil in shock reflexively. Both stared silently at the sky, sensing an overwhelming presence approaching, their eyes showing suspicion and alertness. An extremely powerful energy explosion occurred in the sky. Blue light shattered into sparkling crystal fragments, falling like intense fireworks. Fragments of shattered space and brilliant blue light filled the sky, signaling that something had just happened from another dimension. 3 men in suits looked up at the sky, their faces stunned by the strange phenomenon that had just occurred. A massive energy beam fell onto the arena area, causing the ground to explode, leaving nearby people stunned and amazed. The crowd buzzed at the white smoke rising in the middle of the field. Someone wondered if someone had just fallen from an alternate dimension. A dazzling blue light orb appeared midair, emitting strong energy, continuing to shake the area. Close-up of the sharp and tense eyes of the silver-haired man, showing high alertness to the unexpected situation. A giant beam of light shot straight from the sky to the ground, striking a person lying below, creating a violent impact. The silver-haired man and blue-haired woman ordered the emergency medical team to check on the condition of the returning students. A short knife was pressed against the main character's neck, urging him to act immediately in a threatening tone. The blade reflected the main character's serious and fearless face, showing intense focus amid danger. Mao Jun angrily shouted upon realizing the battle had tilted completely in favor of the opponent, helplessly watching things spiral out of control. Shun Mao was suddenly knocked back, blood gushing from his chest after a critical counterattack, leaving him dazed. In a fateful moment, the counterattacker threw a powerful energy-wrapped punch, sending Mao Jun flying amid a fierce collision wave. The battlefield scene appeared after the attack, many people knocked down, establishing a life-or-death battle with no retreat. Introducing the evil Iron Twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, notorious for innate talent but unlimited cruelty and brutality. The main character realized the two Maos deliberately tortured victims for half an hour, filled with hatred and determination to retaliate. The black-haired student stood in the arena radiating killing intent, wondering if he was so weak as to be completely ignored. A big red-shirted man grabbed a student by the collar and threw him down, sighing in boredom at the dull fight. The red-shirted man muttered, counting 1, 2, then was surprised to notice something unusual when checking his hand again. A student writhed in pain on the ground while the big red-shirted man asked his teammate, "How many have you caught?" The big man was shocked to realize he had grabbed the wrong person, his eyes wide with confusion. Another tall man in green clothes delivered a powerful kick that shattered the ground, crushing the red-shirt teammate while grumbling, "What a nuisance." He pointed far away, counting 4 students lying scattered, causing the red-shirt man to awkwardly apologize. A red-haired female student stood trembling in the courtyard, trying to appear calm facing 2 big guys, her heart full of fear. A male student in a black vest stepped forward angrily, saying he would acknowledge the opponent's efforts. He recalled silently observing from the start and realized the opposing group was panicking, no longer in fighting spirit. The group of 3, 2 males and 1 female, approached through the dust cloud, their faces tense. The brown-haired male student with strange eyes noticed something surprising, exclaiming, "Oh!" He got excited seeing a suitable item, then made a sick comment about the screams and excitement. The slicked-back hair student commented that his brother, the brown-haired one, looked like a pervert and laughed. The brown-haired one laughed maniacally, wondering where to start tearing apart with eyes full of excitement. The black-clad student appeared before the group, shouting curses angrily, causing everyone to startle and turn around. The angry student questioned those tormenting others in another space, wondering if they were madmen while suddenly realizing he had entered here unknowingly. 2 male students in red and green uniforms casually noticed a stranger appearing, the one in black standing before them. One of them recognized the newcomer as a special student but disdainfully called him a coward. The 2 burst into sarcastic laughter after insulting the special student. The big guy in red uniform threatened to behead the student immediately, preparing to act with the approval of the one behind him. The floor was stained dark red with blood. The one behind casually said, "Fine," as if consenting to the brutal act about to happen. The villain wearing machine gloves declared he wanted to take the student's tongue for insulting them, and his accomplice joined in. The student was terrified but remained silent. In despair, the student was confused about what to do, considering using the Blessing of the Void skill but gave up, thinking it wasn't enough to survive what the enemies had done for 30 minutes. A horrifying sound echoed, startling Kang Maru, who looked up with amazement and high alertness. Kang Maru stood amid light emanating from the ground, radiating intense momentum that shook the surrounding space. Maru believed that if he could hold the sword, the blessing would awaken, the sword god's blessing rising within him. He recalled his wish to live safely and normally, but before half a day passed, he had to face harsh reality. The red-uniformed man and his accomplices suddenly turned around, sensing something unusual from behind. Kang Maru pulled out a shining knife from his jacket pocket, the dazzling light reversing the surrounding space. The 2 enemies were stunned, their eyes panicked witnessing Maru's unexpected action. Kang Maru stood in front of a red-haired female student, drawing his knife determinedly while mocking memories echoed in his mind. The red-uniformed man grinned evilly, charging at Kang Maru, declaring he would let him die gently. He changed to an angry tone, vowing to smash Maru's head as the ground ignited fiercely from the upcoming strike. Kang Maru faced the giant descending from above, gripping the small knife tightly, silently observing. In his heart, Maru knew this was not the time to choose. He only needed to hold on for 30 seconds to survive. He activated Pain-Free Blessing, effective for 30 seconds to completely eliminate pain sensation. Immediately, the Sword God's Blessing effect was activated, but was nullified due to overlapping blessings. The big guy shouted at Maru for having only a useless kitchen knife, angrily charging with explosive killing intent. Kang Maru gritted his teeth, telling himself if this knife can't cut him, he will die. Facing such a large body is a life-or-death gamble. Kang Maru realized the opponent was not a fish but a human, his eyes flashing with cold determination. 2 chefs debated about sashimi knives, doubting whether they could cut a person like fish in movies. The old chef angrily called them fools, insisting that only in movies could that happen. Not even gods could do it. Kang Maru firmly believed that if it could cut, that knife would become a real weapon, his eyes shining with faith. A dazzling flash burst like an explosion, signaling the awakening of hidden power. The man in the red uniform screamed, "Die!" and charged, his whole body engulfed in raging red fury. Kang Maru leapt up with the knife in hand, fiercely slashing back with a powerful light, divine protection. The counterattack severed the opponent's arm, who collapsed unconscious. The Mao brothers' counterattack began. Kang Maru's eyes glowed fiercely, his gaze burning with power as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Kang Maru struck down his opponent amid a swirling blaze of stones, the force exploding with the words, "Be with you." A young chef turned and asked why gangsters liked eating sashimi casually without any fear. The knife was thrust hard into the wall near the young chef's head, startling him. The master sternly asked, "Are you using it?" The tall master demanded to be called master, revealing he was once a gangster, now a sushi chef standing before fresh fish. He once cut off his own wrist to atone, then used knives to bring joy to others by opening a sushi restaurant. He truly had skill, having lived by the blade, sarcastically mocking someone who called himself a swordsman for naively asking about sashimi knives. He explained sashimi knives are thin and easy to stab repeatedly, while kitchen knives are wide and get stuck. If it can cut fish, why not people? The master angrily lectured, "Fish must lie still to be cut. A standing person can't even be sliced like bread." He criticized juniors for only watching cartoons and dreaming. The master punched the young chef for insulting him, shouting that even the divine blade was useless to the untalented. Kang Maru delivered a powerful kick, sending the giant enemy flying backward into the air amid a violent aura. The man in the red uniform's eyes widened in horror, his whole body trembling as he realized he was completely overwhelmed. The student in the green uniform looked at Maru with stunned and worried eyes, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Ujinawa's eyes were amazed and moved as he looked at Kang Maru, seemingly having just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Kang Maru stood proudly amid the burning pit, holding his knife, looking like a war god awakened. The man in purple screamed in pain as his arm was severed, blood spraying everywhere. He cursed in every language. The purple-clad man panicked and screamed after losing his arm, his eyes rolling back and sweat pouring from pain. Blood sprayed from his shoulder into the night as Kang Maru silently approached like an emotionless Grim Reaper. The purple-clad man knelt begging with tears, repeatedly shouting, "Don't come near," retreating in despair. He turned and fled, screaming for help in desperation, while Kang Maru silently followed behind. A spiky-haired male student stood frozen, sweating as he witnessed the scene before him, speechless. The purple-clad man shouted for his brother's help, gritting his teeth and cursing Kang Maru as a bastard. He yelled, urging his brother to act quickly, his eyes bloodshot with extreme panic and anger. Kang Maru slashed fiercely from behind, light flashing as the blade cut down the opponent's back while he was still shouting "BR." A large man in green uniform was startled seeing his comrade injured, his whole body tensing, eyes full of shock. The bright red Han characters appeared, signaling danger. The man in green sweat profusely, eyes wide open as if sensing something unusual was happening. Shun was slashed across the face, blood splattering, his eyes wide with panic in extreme pain. The red-haired man screamed in panic, calling Shun's name repeatedly, eyes wide and face pale from shock and fear. Kang Maru breathed heavily in silence, gripping his knife tightly. The nearby pink-haired girl watched silently with a somber gaze. The man in green tried to calm himself, muttering that one cannot die in void space and that knife couldn't kill Shun. He looked at Kang Maru from afar, confused, wondering who this person was to act as if using a knife on a real person for the first time. He frowned, speculating that Kang Maru's heavy breathing and trembling hands were not accidental, and insisted on being cautious of that knife. The man in green gripped his glowing red weapon tightly, declaring Shun's failure was due to irresponsibility, then began summoning power. He raised the weapon with both hands, shouting that it would show its true power when wielded with both hands, while activating a defensive blessing. Continuing to activate the intervention blessing, he increased his jump ability by 200%, ready to physically overwhelm. His glowing red fist shone brightly as he used the spirit blessing, significantly enhancing the power of his punch. He declared that 3 types of blessings were present simultaneously, benefits of a level even gods could not imagine. He charged forward with his weapon, mocking Kang Maru's strange knife, asserting that even S-rank weapons couldn't pierce his armor. Kang Maru calmly counted down from 23, breathing steadily, preparing to face the approaching enemy. The man in green charged with a fierce punch, shouting and mocking Kang Maru standing like a statue, asking if he was mumbling his will. The big guy charged with a murderous look, yelling he would smash his opponent's head. A white background appeared, the countdown voice in the head continued. 7, 6, killing intent spread. An eye opened with the thought. 5, What is this? The big guy collapsed on the ground, his body covered in blood with many swords pierced through him. He opened his dying eyes, his gaze cloudy, full of disbelief and shock. The protagonist continued counting down in an attack-ready stance, radiating fierce momentum amid a blazing red background. He leaned down, whispering one as his eyes flashed, preparing to finish. The dying big guy murmured a last word, calling black, before his eyes closed completely. He collapsed silently, his whole body emitting fierce light from the energy just unleashed. The immunity effect ended. A series of screams erupted as enemies fell under his glowing sword. Others exclaimed, "Demon!" His eyes opened, calm and cold as if awakening from a long dream. The scene blurred, the door gently shook, signaling a completely different place. He opened his eyes in bed, quietly wondering if this was a hospital. Though still weak, he tried to sit up and checked his condition. A man wearing glasses entered, his face tense as if waiting for something important. Surprised to see him awake, the man hurriedly shouted, "The student has awakened." A man quickly entered the hospital room, making rustling sounds that made the atmosphere tense. The protagonist looked surprised at the newcomer, feeling a strange familiarity, despite never having met him before. The man and woman were revealed to be two of the 7-star heroes who defeated the 6th general of the Demon King 50 years ago. The man was introduced as Siegfried, the strongest human, possessing a majestic aura and powerful gaze. The friendly woman smiled kindly and inquired warmly. She was introduced as Medea Poison, the Academy's director. The main character was extremely confused, wondering why these famous people appeared before him. Medea asked the main character's name, revealing that the man accompanying her was Geometrima. Siegfried seriously got straight to the point, firmly asserting that the main character was indeed Geometrima. The student woke up in the hospital bed, facing the stern gaze of the elderly man questioning, "What have you done?" The blue-haired girl stood silently beside them. The male student recalled the moment in the void when his body struck down the opponent. Although the feeling did not belong to him, he knew clearly that was himself. A flash of alertness lit up in his eyes as he sensed something unusual from the old man holding a glowing staff. The man coldly warned, "Being targeted by that monster is never a good thing." The student's eyes remained resolute. The male student admitted he had acted excessively even in the void space. He was ready to accept any punishment or treatment without complaint. The confrontational gaze between the two showed tension. The elder was contemplative and probing, while the student remained unflinching. The blue-haired girl annoyedly scolded the old man, "Why are you so harsh on the boy?" The blue-haired girl softened her tone, saying that although he was rude, Siegfried had treated his meridians when he was unconscious. She joked that the older one got, the more stubborn he became. The blue-haired girl tilted her head seductively, asking Geometrima to look at her because of her beautiful face. She hugged Geometrima tightly, making him embarrassed, while the old man warned her not to say such things. She commented that Geometrima's shoulders were wonderful, explaining his body was as light as a feather but heavy as if soaked with water. She said that although Geometrima was unconscious, they had reviewed the entire video of the incident. She played a scene of Geometrima rushing to protect a weaker female classmate and praised him as the ideal prince of dreams. She looked at Geometrima with admiration and said he was the true hero, while the old man subtly reminded her, "Medea." Medea angrily reacted to the old man's words while he remained calm, advising her to keep her dignity. Medea gently reassured Geometrima that she would not pursue the incident during the exam and revealed that the twins had been admitted thanks to the Mao family's influence. The blue-haired girl with glasses smiled meaningfully, making Kang Geometrima embarrassed and sweating, quietly replying, "I see." Kang Geometrima smiled lightly, relieved to know he would not be in the same class as the other person. Kang Geometrima turned to respond when someone came to announce something important. The blue-haired girl with glasses and an old man came to the hospital room, congratulating Kang Geometrima for being the top student. Kang Geometrima was stunned, not understanding what was happening, his face blank and full of doubt. Kang Geometrima was extremely shocked, his expression distorted as he faced an unbelievable truth. A grand academy appeared in full view, bathed in sunlight as a sign of a new beginning. In a spacious room of the academy, a long-haired woman sat relaxing, drinking tea with a contemplative gaze. The pale blue-haired principal sat drinking tea, shocked because in 20 years leading the academy, she had never encountered such a strange event. Student Geometrima flatly refused the offer with cold eyes, his resolute attitude silencing the entire room. Both the principal and the white-haired professor were extremely astonished, eyes wide and speechless. The principal advised Geometry Ma to reconsider, emphasizing the importance of the star class student title. The principal repeated his words in surprise, reminding that although the elders were angry, the subspace results still confirmed he was the top student. Geometry Ma remained silent, his cold eyes looking down, showing an internal struggle between reason and emotion. Despite the explanation, Geometry Ma coldly refused. "I still don't want it," leaving the principal and professor speechless. The white-haired professor asked Geometry Ma in disbelief, unable to accept that he would make such a firm decision at this moment. Sieg was startled when his name was called, his cold eyes turning toward the voice, showing immediate alertness and displeasure. A blue-haired woman teased Sieg for being angry that Kang Geometry Ma surpassed his granddaughter, while Sieg appeared dissatisfied but tried to suppress it. Sieg spoke seriously, considering the challenge to the subspace evaluation left by the hero's founder as childish, while acknowledging Kang Geometry Ma was recognized by the academy. However, Sieg suddenly reversed his opinion, saying that Kang Geometry Ma's selection was unreasonable without superior skills, physique, or experience. Sieg continued to doubt, finding it hard to believe that a teenager like Kang Geometry Ma could display such extraordinary power. A blazing red power burst fiercely, overshadowing all usual reasons as if absolutely affirming Kang Geometry Ma's ability. Sieg was shocked, recalling Kang Geometry Ma's movements in battle as if he were the perfect embodiment of swordsmanship skills. Amid the ruined battlefield, Kang Geometry Ma stood tall within the supreme sword aura, the very thing Sieg had pursued all his life. Sieg's eyes widened in astonishment upon noticing something unusual after unblocking Geometry Ma's meridians. He saw Geometry Ma's body was still weak, completely untrained physically, increasing his suspicion. Though untrained, Sieg sensed something stored inside him beyond the ordinary. An extremely strong energy flowed within Kang Geometry Ma, a power that should not exist in this body. Sieg sat silently before a cup of tea, his face thoughtful and burdened after what he had witnessed. He admitted that despite his age, his competitive spirit remained strong, especially toward a teenager like Kang Geometry Ma. Sieg muttered about the rivalry with the boy of his granddaughter's age, saying the competition gave him more motivation. The blue-haired girl laughed mockingly, impressed by Kang Geometry Ma's appearance and actions, making Sieg embarrassed and silent. The white-haired old man asked pointedly, "What do college students nowadays call women like you?" causing the blue-haired girl to be stunned and tilt her head, asking, The blue-haired girl leaned back confidently, challenging the old man, "Just say it straight, what people call women like me." The old man slammed his teacup on the table, creating a sharp dramatic sound that heightened the tense atmosphere. The blue-haired girl glared, her heart pounding with anger as she awaited the old man's insulting answer. The old man slightly curled his lips as if about to say bye, causing the blue-haired girl to widen her eyes and tremble with anger, but he just grunted tch and left it hanging. The blue-haired girl's face completely changed color from frustration and extreme anger after the half-finished provocation. The coffee cup on the table began to boil violently, reacting to the blue-haired girl's intense emotions about to overflow. Kang Maru appeared in the lower floor hallway, stopping in the quiet space as if sensing something unusual from upstairs. The wolf class sign hung silently outside the door. The main character stood before the classroom, silent and speechless. He clearly understood the current situation. This was the final compromise he had to accept. A debate broke out when the main character expressed his desire to join the tiger class but was rejected for not being allowed. The blue-haired teacher set a condition to keep it secret in exchange for arranging the main character into another class. The blue-haired teacher worried that if he joined the tiger class, the elders would oppose more fiercely. He decided to take the safer path, study in a lower-level class to focus on learning and avoid unnecessary conflicts. As he opened the wolf class door, he was startled by something unexpected inside. The entire wolf class turned to look at him in surprise, causing him to freeze at the door. The students in the class remained silent, exchanging cold, indifferent glances as the main character appeared. A few students showed some attention to the newcomer's appearance but quickly averted their eyes as if deliberately ignoring him. The name tag on the main character's chest revealed his name was Kang Geometry Ma. A group of students burst into mocking laughter, clearly not taking Kang Geometry Ma's presence seriously. Laughter spread throughout the classroom, with many students teasing and gossiping in disbelief. Kang Geometry Ma felt puzzled seeing the whole class ignoring him but still having all eyes follow him, making him uncomfortable. Despite being completely ignored, Kang Geometry Ma chose a seat and realized the academy director seemed to have intervened to control the situation. Kang Geometry Ma smiled calmly, accepting the role of the outcast, if it meant he could live peacefully and undisturbed. Kang Geometry Ma looked up, his cold eyes shifting direction when he heard a sudden light knock. A shy red-haired girl approached Kang Geometry Ma, bowing to thank him for what happened before, surprising him greatly. The red-haired girl stood a row away, lowering her head shyly while Kang Geometry Ma remained silent and embarrassed. She hesitated, her face blushing with embarrassment, mentioning the test as an excuse to start a conversation. Kang Geometry Ma confirmed and wondered why she used honorifics with someone his age. He smiled gently, saying no thanks were needed and that anyone in that situation would have acted the same. Kang Geometry Ma felt hypocritical because he helped the red-haired girl not to save her but to save himself. He suddenly realized he hadn't introduced himself, so he smiled warmly and said, "I am Kang Geometry Ma." A female student introduced herself as Chloe. The student opposite was surprised to learn they were classmates and politely greeted her. Kang Geometry Ma appeared confused and thought he didn't remember the name Chloe, feeling she was very unfamiliar. Although he had played the game and knew the storyline, Kang Geometry Ma had never heard of Chloe and thought it unusual for a new character to appear now. He suddenly realized Chloe might be a minor character like himself, and she unexpectedly suggested keeping the exam incident a secret. Chloe hesitated to ask something else but was cut off before finishing. A teacher entered the classroom ordering students to sit down, causing Chloe to awkwardly return to her seat. Kang Geometry Ma reassured Chloe they would talk later. She agreed hesitantly. The class officially began, and the teacher congratulated all new students. Lee Wonbin appeared confidently on the podium, declaring that the selected students would inherit the legacy of the brave Hoakan ancestors and introduced himself as the Wolf class instructor. Lee Wonbin announced the first lesson would be basic physical training, and asked students to prepare sportswear to meet at the training ground in 30 minutes. A male student wearing glasses raised his hand to ask about the specific physical exercises they would do during training. Lee Wonbin replied that the exercises were simple: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 laps around the training ground, causing mixed reactions among students. After no further questions, Lee Wonbin ordered the class to change clothes and go to the training ground, while Kang Geometry Ma secretly worried whether the exercises would make them bald. Kang Geometry Ma approached the podium and timidly called Lee Wonbin, who immediately recognized him and greeted him by name. Surprised to be called by name, Kang Geometry Ma pretended to be unwell to avoid training, mentally planning how to dodge the exhausting exercises. Lee Wonbin smirked subtly after hearing Kang Geometry Ma's lie, seemingly having noticed something interesting behind the excuse. A trainer praised Kang Geometry Ma as an outstanding student, suggesting he join the star class from day one. Meanwhile, revealing the academy director's directive requiring Geometry Ma to attend classes at all levels. Kang Geometry Ma was angry to learn the academy director had arranged everything and told himself to keep his identity secret, hiding his emotions behind a crooked smile. Kang Geometry Ma pretended to need the restroom to avoid training. The trainer misunderstood his evasive words and admired his honesty even more. Geometry Ma panted, exhausted from training, his face drenched in sweat in sportswear just as he began running. Geometry Ma's steps were slow and heavy on the sandy ground, showing he was struggling to endure the harsh training. Geometry Ma was left behind by the group of students running enthusiastically. He complained of sore legs while the trainer continuously urged him to speed up. Exhausted and desperate, Geometry Ma shouted loudly while still trying to keep running. The surrounding students had far surpassed him, leaving him behind. Geometry Ma panted and thought that if he continued at this pace, he would die. The shouts of "faster" only made him more panicked. A red-haired female student asked with concern when she saw Kang Geometry Ma looking tired, worried if he was okay and whether the physical test was too much for him. Kang Geometry Ma smiled, hiding his fatigue and reassuring her that he was fine, then was asked how many laps he had run. While continuing to run, Kang Geometry Ma estimated he had completed about 5 laps, then asked the girl about her progress. The girl named Chloe calmly replied that she was on her 7th lap, surprising Kang Geometry Ma. Kang Geometry Ma exclaimed in astonishment, misunderstanding that Chloe was talking about the 9th lap instead of the 7th. Chloe smiled brightly, encouraging Kang Geometry Ma with enthusiasm and confidence that he could do it. Chloe quickly ran ahead, leaving Kang Geometry Ma standing silently, somewhat stunned. Kang Geometry Ma continued the physical test in a state of exhaustion, panting and complaining about the difficulty of the test. A sunset scene enveloped the academy building, ending a long day full of challenges. Inside the room, water bottles were scattered everywhere, showing signs of exhaustion and shortage. Empty water bottles lay scattered, with the last drops trickling from the bottom of a bottle. An angry hungry hand clenched the last water bottle tightly, causing water to splash out. Kang lay on the bed with a frustrated expression, complaining about hunger after a stressful week of enrollment. He opened his tired eyes and realized he was facing unexpected problems after just 1 week. The dining hall scene at the academy showed many students gathered around luxurious dining tables. Kang stood between 2 other students, loudly complaining about hunger, unable to bear the rising craving. He hurriedly ran to the service counter, loudly ordering, "Spicy pork rice. 1 serving. Make it quick." The chef behind the counter glanced coldly and irritably, his eyes seeming to pierce through the rule-breaker. Threatened by the glare, Kang froze when he noticed a ticket machine beside the counter, exclaiming in shock, "Need to get a ticket?" He immediately turned away, still trying to call out his order once more, "I'll be right back. Remember to save me a spicy pork rice." As he turned away, he suddenly stopped, his face blank as if realizing something ominous from the notice board. A fading line appeared, "Spicy pork rice, 50,000 won," causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief at the price. He stood frozen before the giant cafeteria menu board, his eyes confused as he confirmed that such a simple dish was surprisingly expensive. Looking up at the ceiling, he muttered, 50,000 won? Really? Both hungry and desperate at the bitter reality. 2 clear drops of water fell silently in midair, signaling a shortage was occurring. The protagonist desperately tried to catch each drop of water dripping from the bottle into his mouth. Suddenly, the water bottle hit his head, causing him to panic and curse in anger. He was frustrated because a bowl of spicy pork rice cost 50,000 won while he was starving. Recalling when he refused living expenses, he regretted it as his finances were now nearly depleted. The protagonist looked at the cheap water bottle on the floor, feeling depressed about having to live off such low-quality water. He lay face down on the bed, sighing in despair and unbearable hunger. In his spinning hunger, he tried to think of other things to forget, silently hoping for a blessing to come. The protagonist woke up amazed to see the Sword God's Blessing skill notification displayed in midair, indicating his stamina had reached level 12. The notification explained, as stamina increases, the sword size limit loosens. Currently, the skill only applies to swords 30 plus 2 cm long and smaller than a certain size. The protagonist was surprised that just thinking about the skill immediately displayed the status board, but still had many questions about the skill's limits. After waking up, the protagonist walked to the mirror, checking his body as if to confirm that real changes had occurred. Looking at his toned body in the mirror, the protagonist smiled with satisfaction, realizing his previous training efforts were not in vain. He speculated the change resulted from the sword master opening the meridians on his body, making physical evolution more apparent. However, he realized the Sword God's Blessing skill still only applied to a sashimi knife with limited size. He stared at the 2 knives on the table, pondering the skill's limits and hoping to use real swords in the future. He recalled being afraid to hold a sword before enrollment, but now if he didn't hold one, his hands itched. He wondered if this was due to the blessing. The protagonist felt confused when he suddenly felt proud of himself for no clear reason. A knock on the door caught his attention, and he turned toward the sound. He opened the door, wondering who would come to see him at this time. Chloe appeared and hesitantly asked if she was disturbing him while he was resting. He replied that she was not disturbing him and asked why she had come. Chloe said she hadn't seen him in the cafeteria all week and asked if he was unwell. He excused himself by saying he wasn't used to eating food cooked by others, though he actually liked meals prepared by others. Chloe hesitated and bowed apologetically. Geometry stood silently with an unreadable calm expression. Geometry stepped closer to the worried Chloe and suddenly patted her head gently, making her blush. Chloe quietly smiled happily at Geometry's comfort. He silently turned away without saying more. Geometry walked alone down the dormitory hallway late at night, looking thoughtful. Inside his room, Geometry turned on the light and silently stared at the ceiling as if pondering something. A pink-haired girl sat on the floor looking helpless. She saw Geometry enter and called his name. The pink-haired girl teared up quietly, recounting how her roommate had kicked her out. Geometry was stunned, then gently told the pink-haired girl to stand up and took her hand to help her up. The protagonist asked if the pink-haired girl liked fish. She said she came from a coastal area, and he excitedly said he was good at cooking fish, surprising her. He said his hands itched to do something, so he decided to show off sashimi slicing skills while the pink-haired girl stood still watching. He took a knife from the kitchen but ran into trouble because the sword god skill activated only with a kitchen knife. The pink-haired girl asked if there was a longer knife. He said all his weapons looked like swords, so using a different knife felt strange. He was surprised when he heard someone call Geometry and turned to look. The pink-haired girl pulled out a glowing katana and asked "Is this okay?" The protagonist refused, deciding to use only the kitchen knife, because he didn't want to use a katana to slice fish. The protagonist acted seriously, light radiating from the knife, while the pink-haired girl watched in surprise. The blessing of no pain skill was activated. The protagonist stared forward with determination, while the pink-haired girl was surprised by his seriousness. He recalled his glorious past, once known as the strongest swordsman in the country. He activated the Sword God's Blessing skill with a focused and serious expression. Red characters symbolizing the skill's explosion appeared, and his power was strongly unleashed. A sharp slash cut across the space, leaving a glowing red cut and shaking the ground. In just 21 seconds, he completed all the fish preparation steps, astonishing the pink-haired girl. He proudly regarded his creation as a masterpiece. The pink-haired girl curiously asked why he was good at cooking, and he revealed he had worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. He gently said there was no need to apologize, as their difference was simply social status. He was happy to hear the pink-haired girl say the lunch was delicious and felt satisfied. The pink-haired girl offered to wash the dishes since he cooked. He agreed to let her do it. She began washing dishes while he stood behind with arms crossed, watching calmly. After a full meal, he stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon and humming a gentle tune. A sudden noise startled him. He turned around looking slightly confused. The pink-haired girl clumsily dropped dishes, hurriedly apologizing while he laughed, recalling his youth. Hearing the crash, he turned to see something fall onto the desk. He discovered an open diary before him, pages flipping in the wind. He looked down, surprised and curious to find the diary was not his. He realized it was a diary with neat handwriting and covered in cute stickers. He smiled, thinking he should put the diary back. The pink-haired girl was simply an ordinary young lady. Pages continued flipping. He was embarrassed reading more inside. He found an emotional passage. The person who saved her was Kang Geometry Ma, making her heart race and unable to talk to him. He smiled gently, thinking she was adorable and understood why she couldn't speak to him. He grew more curious, deciding he should learn more about this girl. He was shocked to find the diary filled with countless "I love you" lines, leaving him stunned. He stared at the diary, his mind disturbed as the words "I love you" flooded his thoughts like hypnosis. The pink-haired girl appeared behind him, coldly asking, "Have you read my diary yet?" While broken cup shards lay at her feet. There are globally renowned heroic families in the world, but among them are those who abuse power to oppress the weak. A mysterious family named Auditor of Sicily, Auditore de Sicilia, was introduced, specializing in maintaining order and carrying out assassinations in the shadows. The pink-haired girl witnessed the harsh training from childhood in the Auditore family, where children had to act like assassins. Members were bound and mentally trained in darkness from a young age. This family considered emotional control and strict training essential. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in shock and trauma as she recalled the brutal past she endured in the assassin family. A man bowed in despair, his face marked by torture from time and suffering. A teacher appeared with cold eyes, observing students without emotion. The pink-haired girl tightly gripped a sword in her hand, guided by the teacher, preparing for her first mission. They were trained and turned into cold-blooded killing machines, devoid of humanity. The pink-haired girl first tasted blood on her hands at the age of 15. The teacher reminded Chloe Auditore di Sicilia not to underestimate her assassin abilities. Chloe had heard those words very early, before fully understanding herself, and she accepted them. Chloe closed her eyes, held her nose, and calmed herself before taking action like a true assassin. After being cruelly trained from childhood, Chloe became cold and dark, her soul gradually covered by a gloomy shadow. When the last remaining emotion was worn away, Chloe officially reached the age to enroll in the academy. Joaquin is a prestigious academy, classifying students by ability, where each student has talent comparable to a dragon or higher. By order of the Auditore family, those living in the shadows like Chloe were placed in ordinary classes despite superior abilities. Chloe received orders from her guardian to hide and never reveal her true identity to anyone. Despite having 3 years of childhood, all family members were stripped of freedom, including Chloe. Chloe accepted her assassin fate without resistance, believing life would always be like that and could not be changed. Until one day, Chloe met a reckless boy shouting in the schoolyard, "Hey, you bastards!" The protagonist angrily shouted, demanding they stop attacking the pink-haired girl, even though it was just a virtual battle. Though knowing death was not real, the pink-haired girl still trembled at experiencing that fear for the first time. Chloe resigned herself to death as fate, not resisting because she was used to strict training. The opponent coldly declared he would kill Chloe and then leave, as if everything was meaningless. She accepted the tragic outcome, believing it was an unchangeable destiny. However, a sudden intense feeling surged like sunlight, dispelling the cold darkness in her mind. It was the burning sensation of life awakening, urging her not to give up. The protagonist drew his sword to fight not for himself but to protect her, a sword for justice. The pink-haired girl recalled the fairy tale she secretly read under her pillow as a child. She flipped to a page illustrating a king and a castle with familiar handwritten lines appearing. It was the story of a princess imprisoned in a castle waiting for a magical rescue. A young prince wearing a crown, charging into battle with determined eyes, appeared in her memory. The prince carried a glowing sword, symbolizing the one who would save the princess from danger. The pink-haired girl's chest fluttered, cheeks flushed, as a vague, indescribable emotion rose within her. Chloe stood amid the ruins, suddenly realizing the emotion enveloping her. She understood. It was love, the magical feeling newly kindled in her heart. The protagonist froze, breaking into a cold sweat, facing the fierce gaze of the pink-haired girl approaching in a tense atmosphere. He forced an awkward smile as she stared silently. Both stood facing each other in the quiet room. He fell into inner panic, realizing he had made a serious mistake that worsened everything. He recalled the troublesome beginnings, receiving the girl's pure affection and blindly following just because she fed him. He tried to break the silence with a forced compliment about the moonlight, calling her Chloe. He continued praising the delicious dinner Chloe cooked, hoping to close the distance between them, but she remained silent. Receiving no response, he hesitated and tried to act normal while Chloe stood silently without changing expression. He worried silently about Chloe's reaction, wondering what would happen next as the atmosphere grew more suffocating. The male student happily waved goodbye, saying he'd see her tomorrow, then suddenly asked, "You saw it, right?" The girl asked, "See what?" Then held up a pair of red underwear, leaving the boy frozen in the room, speechless. The boy's gaze stopped at the glowing diary on the table, a strange premonition rising in his mind. He tried to change the subject, pretending to misunderstand it as a reference book, but the girl firmly replied, "It's a diary." He was stunned, thinking, does she have eyes in the back of her head? How did she see it? Then noticed her tone had also changed strangely. They argued. He insisted, "I didn't see it," while she kept pressing until he admitted, "All right, I saw it." The atmosphere grew tense and silent. They stood looking at each other from a distance, speechless. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in shock as the girl drew two sharp swords, fiercely preparing to attack. The boy panicked, sweating profusely as something strange happened that he couldn't understand. He looked anxiously out the window, realizing he was in a place he couldn't easily escape from. The building he was in was 4 stories high. If he jumped, his body would surely shatter. In the dark room, a mysterious glowing door stood beside a strange girl, suggesting it was the only way out. He was confused, realizing he was trapped with no clear escape. He was truly stuck. He turned to ask the girl with suspicion and tension, not understanding what she was saying. A red light like a sword slash struck the floor, startling him. The girl stepped out of the shadows holding a sword, her cold eyes ready to confront him in the threatening red-lit space. He panicked, realizing she was really coming toward him. He suspected she had mental issues and recalled what he knew about such people. He carefully observed her dark red lifeless eyes, a clear trait often seen in those with disturbed mental states. He was sure she was a Yandere type, both obsessively loving and terrifyingly dangerous. Moreover, she suddenly changed attitude from cheerful to aggressive, increasing his worry. He was shocked, wondering if she had multiple personality disorder, constantly switching between 2 opposite personalities. Dealing with a Yandere was hard enough, now with dissociative identity disorder too, possibly caused by him opening the diary. He realized if he didn't act immediately, she would hunt him down for life, so he decided to take the initiative. He sighed, lamenting the harsh life at the academy, but first had to find a way out of the current danger. He looked at the countdown clock showing 9 seconds left, recalling the sashimi knife still in the room. Seeing the kitchen knife he used earlier, he panicked because approaching it might cause his hand or foot to be cut off. The girl tightened her sword hilt, her cold eyes ready to deliver a fatal blow without hesitation. He startled and stepped back, looking toward the desk where a box of utility knives sat. He suddenly saw the utility knife on the desk, its light flashing like a last hope for self-defense. The girl swung her sword with thunderous force, leaving him no time to think except to scream in panic. He reflexively blocked the strike, shouting that he only wanted to resolve things by talking, not fighting. He hurriedly drew the utility knife, but its blade was too short, making him curse in despair. A series of skill notifications appeared. He increased endurance, the power of words and actions, and simultaneously activated Sword God's Blessing. A pure blue light spread as the system sent a message. May the sword god's blessing always be with you. Chloe rushed forward with a blazing red sword, while he clenched his hand, holy light gathering, ready to block the attack. He suddenly called Chloe's name and remarked on her long hair as if calculating a surprise counterattack. He coldly declared he would cut it short for her, accompanied by the image of a sword slash full of murderous intent. Cut to Chloe sleeping soundly in bed, the quiet space completely contrasting the previous chaos. Chloe woke up, dazed, rubbing her head and calling Geometry Ma's name unconsciously as if unclear about what had just happened. She looked around in panic, not seeing Geometry Ma, and continued calling his name with extreme worry and confusion. She recalled secretly watching him wash dishes and gaze out the window, her heart suddenly fluttering. Startled awake from a dream, she screamed katana as an unconscious reflex. Her eyes widened when she saw the katana resting right beside her desk in her room. She sighed in relief, feeling reassured that the katana was still intact beside her. She remembered the times she lost consciousness whenever touching the katana, and the praise "well done" echoed in her mind. A vague memory of a massacre appeared. She asked confusedly what had happened, but only received a cold reply. "Don't worry about it." A haunting voice echoed, "Do not deny your assassin talent," making her gaze thoughtfully at the katana. She buried her face in the pillow, tormenting herself for fainting at a crucial moment, softly calling Geometry Ma. She hid her face in the pillow, blushing with embarrassment, wondering if she had said something strange while amnesic. She suddenly noticed the utility knife lying on the floor, her eyes betraying confusion. She wondered why the utility knife was on the floor without any clear reason. She began to suspect when she realized her hair looked shorter than usual. She stared blankly at the trash can filled with cut red hair strands, thinking he had cleaned up before leaving. She smiled happily, silently thinking Geometry Ma was truly gentle and considerate. She quickly wrote down the event in her diary, so as not to forget the sweet feelings she just had. She wrote while smiling, her eyes shining with the fiery heart of someone deeply in love. She ended the diary with a confession, "I love you, Geometry Ma," along with a bright red heart symbol. Under the moonlight, Geometry Ma fell freely from a cliff, groaning in pain upon landing. The impact caused a rainbow-colored shockwave to explode, accompanied by a loud scream in the night. He coughed up blood. The system announced pain relief blessing has ended, admitting he only endured 5 out of 9 seconds. Nausea overwhelmed him, making him despair that he was about to vomit all his dinner out. Geometry Ma collapsed onto a stone bench, panting and exhausted after the battle. He looked up at the sky, lamenting that he had vomited everything and was now empty and hungry again. Under the moonlight, he sat silently, quietly calling Chloe, and wondering who she really was. Her swordsmanship was lethal enough to kill an opponent with one slash, or at least disable their ability to fight back. The way she wielded the sword was without hesitation, always aiming precisely at vital weak points. It was as if her combat technique was born for assassination. Any slip and he would have lost his head long ago. When he felt his life threatened, he reacted instinctively without time to think. He unconsciously swung his knife at her neck as a desperate survival reflex when close to death. Fortunately, the blade was too short and only cut her hair, causing no injury. He sighed in relief after cleaning up all traces, realizing maintaining peace here was extremely difficult. He admitted that when he was first drawn into this cruel game, he held ambitions rather than just hoping to live like an ordinary person. With only a sashimi knife in hand, he once reached the peak, accepting to give up personal dreams to fulfill his role. He had received the miracle's blessing, a rare privilege from the protagonist of this world. Besides the blessing of the legendary hero Joaquin, this is one of 2 legendary blessings with quite simple content. The blessing's content is save the world from the threat of the Demon King. The protagonist is the future owner of the legendary sword Bamang, capable of choosing its wielder and granting unparalleled power. As for him, he could only use a sashimi knife, though its sharpness and precision far exceeded normal. He bitterly wondered if he needed to explain more, then told himself to restrain his emotions. Since arriving in this world, he always reminded himself that everything was an illusion, but he had forgotten his original goal. He stopped trying to guess who the protagonist was, and instead focused on adapting and understanding how this world operated. It had been a week since he enrolled, exactly when the game's protagonist received the blessing and arrived late for registration. He knew the general plot but had never completed the game. Now he only regretted abandoning it halfway. He was determined to follow the official storyline closely, avoiding being swept away by emotions dreams and losing the few remaining advantages. If he remembered correctly, the tragedy would begin in the second semester of the third year when evil forces discovered the hero's appearance. The demon tribe, led by the Legion commander, united and acted, directly threatening the academy. The conflict spread and finally erupted into a great war between demons and humans. The fateful war officially began. The plot gradually became cliched, with sudden shifts that left him confused about what was happening. Disappointed by the poor development, he once deleted the game after lamenting the bleak future for all. Now that he had entered that world, what chilled him was that the real Great War would happen here. He wondered if he could die in that battle and immediately dismissed the thought of giving up. He had 3 years to survive, abandoning illusions, focusing on a realistic goal to grow stronger and survive at all costs. Though believing the protagonist would save the world, he still needed enough strength to avoid a fragile fate like a fly in war. He must not stand out too much if he wanted to live. Being called out to face demons was taboo and must be avoided at all costs. Though blessed by the sword god, he had to limit using this power because it was too much for his body to endure. He realized the system had changed and new content appeared that surprised him. A skill board appeared, divided into physical stats, mercy, and armament, each with its own meaning and level. The line, assimilation rate, 1.5%, confused him because he didn't understand its meaning or the hidden question marks. He tried to touch the strange symbol line to learn more information from the system. The system immediately denied access because conditions were unmet, surprising him. Though many questions remained unanswered, he prioritized physical training and needed a new weapon. He told himself he couldn't rely on the painless blessing skill forever, and resolved to train swordsmanship with a substandard weapon. He discovered that the midterm exam would be replaced by combat training. The reward for this training was the next goal. The protagonist chose the Murasame sword, a B-rank weapon, just enough to graduate without activating high-level skills that cause obstacles. He told himself there was still much more to do than expected and began to walk. Just as he was about to leave, he caught the gaze of a girl and politely asked for permission. They faced each other in silence, his eyes showing surprise and interest. The girl pointed to a bench and said it was her seat while resting her hand on the sword hilt. She looked at him tensely, seemingly uncomfortable with his unexpected presence. He also showed obvious surprise, not understanding why he caused such a reaction. The two stood facing each other in the quiet night, the misunderstanding yet to be resolved. The girl suggested the boy move over a bit, making him embarrassed and only able to respond with an ah. He was surprised to learn her name was Abel, embarrassed that his unconscious glance earlier might have been misunderstood. The girl reassured him that he didn't need to leave, just move over a little, leaving him silent and unsure how to respond. He thought about her spot and wondered if this was an unspoken rule dividing seats by rank. When she adjusted her collar, her attractiveness made him unable to look away, despite trying to avoid attachment. He admitted her charm made him unable to ignore and accidentally praised her beauty silently. The girl suddenly sat down beside him, saying this was the best spot to watch the stars, startling him. They sat silently together under the starry sky, creating a gentle yet meaningful moment. He wondered if Abel was really the granddaughter of the legendary swordsman he once knew, then told himself even the handsome protagonist was once rude. Abel suddenly asked if he used a sword, making him flustered and wondering how she knew. Abel replied softly that her grandfather once said that in a swordsman's eyes there are always special and unique expressions. He was silent, half embarrassed, half doubtful at her accurate observation. Abel suddenly drew her sword and held it out to him, saying, "Here." She smiled and asked if he wanted to try using it, a challenging yet friendly invitation. He gently declined, admitting it didn't really interest him. The blue-haired girl sat beside the protagonist. Both were silent as he worriedly wondered if she was okay. She awkwardly expressed doubt about the identity of the person before her, asking if he was really the Abel she once knew. Looking straight into his eyes, she asked meaningfully, "Do you know who I am?" He hesitated and awkwardly replied, "You." She continued, pressing with a serious look, "You know me, don't you?" He worried she doubted his identity but reassured himself that no one at school didn't know Abel. He tried to stay calm, answering vaguely, "Know a little." She frankly said she didn't know who he was, making him more confused about her true intentions. The blue-haired girl laughed lightly, finding the situation cliched since he knew her name but she didn't know his. The protagonist excused himself for not trusting enough to share his name, while she sarcastically suggested he might be a Demon King spy. She softened her tone, saying that anyway, no one should be lonely alone on a late night like this. Both were silent. He didn't expect her to say that while she cautiously kept her hand on her sword. She asked back what he was doing here. He said he was training, and she asserted she had a clear purpose. When she asked specifically what he was training, he casually replied, breathing, leaving her confused. She suddenly pointed at him, noticing the still unhealed wounds on his body. Surprised, she jumped up excitedly while he remained calm as if nothing had happened. The blue-haired girl was silent, her sharp eyes fixed on the protagonist who tilted his head in confusion. She unexpectedly praised his diligence, and the protagonist quietly confirmed it as if it were obvious. She recalled an elder in her family saying those with Nibelung blood must be perfect at all times. She confided that showing even a little weakness would immediately invite attack from others. She sadly said this year she was no longer the top student, and it was the first time she had lost to someone. She smiled, both relieved to have lost and curious to know who had defeated her. The protagonist suddenly tensed when he heard her confess she wanted to know the identity of the victor so she could crush them next time. He panicked so much that he spat out water, eyes wide in shock at her terrifying determination. Rina angrily recounted that she had asked her grandfather about the leader, but that person wasn't even in her class and had skipped the oath ceremony. Rina suddenly realized she was sharing too much with a stranger, making the protagonist confused and ask why. She casually replied that it was because he looked weak, leaving him speechless. Rina explained that was her family's motto: strict with the strong and tolerant with the weak. She added that since all her classmates were talented, she had no friends. The protagonist quietly thought that might be why she always kept her distance from everyone. Rina stood up to leave. He just said goodbye, while she gazed thoughtfully at the sky without speaking. She asked his name again but was flatly refused, causing her to jump up in reaction as the next class began. The protagonist's life at the academy was calmer than he expected, quietly studying with no incidents. Chloe quickly integrated with new friends while the protagonist avoided her gaze, trying not to meet her eyes. Whenever they accidentally looked at each other, he sensed cold stares from Chloe's group but didn't care much since he was a special student. In the Tiger class, he wasn't the only special student, but those in his category rarely socialized due to their prideful attitude. In hindsight, not being in the upper class turned out to be a good thing for him now, because currently it was the season when Dragon and Star classes began political factionalism, making him tired just imagining himself in that situation. At least for now, he still ate well and enjoyed daily life at the academy. A female staff member wearing glasses handed him a privilege card, a reward he should have received earlier as a top student. The protagonist was moved receiving the instructor card, silently grateful to the academy director to the point of wanting to bow every day. In that moment, he solemnly looked up at the ceiling, sending heartfelt thanks from the bottom of his heart. Pleased with fulfilling his student duties diligently, he resolved to maintain this lifestyle for the next 3 years to secure his future. As long as he maintained this peaceful life, he was confident he could achieve the vision he set. The scene shifted to 700 years ago at an academy built after the first war between humans and demons. After the war, hero Joaquin Baylor and 7 disciples established the academy to train the next generation of heroes. An old teacher explained the history of the academy's founding, emphasizing that this knowledge would be on the upcoming test. The protagonist appeared weary because the lesson was mostly things he already knew. Joaquin Baylor, the hero who founded the academy, was remembered as a symbol of the new era's beginning. For 20 years, he continuously fought against the First Legion commander of the Demon Tribe. His opponent was a dark commander with terrifying power among the First Army ranks. He was also the right hand of the Demon King, named Leakin, with a terrifying form and aura. Despite facing these dark forces, Joaquin did not retreat and claimed victory. However, after that great battle, a serious incident occurred. Joaquin lost an arm after the fierce fight, marking the price paid for victory. Unable to fight, he was forced to withdraw from the battlefield, leaving a shockwave across the continent. The battlefield was stained with blood and filled with screams, a brutal battle with no clear winner. Demon armies appeared densely amid smoke and fire, pushing humanity into despair. Fortunately, humans and demons reached a ceasefire agreement after the First War. Joaquin established the academy to nurture future generations in peace. A non-aggression pact between the two races was signed, ushering in 700 years of peace. During class, some students joked about the war while the protagonist remained silent. He was the only one to realize the first crack in the peace was near. The protagonist hesitated to reveal the truth to the green-haired female staff, fearing the consequences. Although not hiding her desire to resign as department head, media unexpectedly suggested the protagonist flee the academy with her. Medea was the first in the story to sense something unusual thanks to the poet's Lord's skill. She was also the first of the 7 heroes to stand up to protect students when the incident occurred. In the original game, Medea was the first to be sacrificed alive to the Demon King, a fate the protagonist looked up online. The protagonist silently viewed her bloodied image, unable to hide the heavy emotions within. On the data page, Medea's death was clearly recorded along with a video clip of her tragic demise. Looking at the screen, the protagonist firmly confirmed, so she died. Had he not known the ending beforehand, he might not have looked at her with such troubled eyes. The teacher ended the lesson reminding students to review for the exam in 2 weeks. As class ended, students chatted excitedly about something that had just happened. A student hurriedly ran after a friend, asking what was going on, drawing everyone's attention. The protagonist froze, sensing a strong premonition about an unusual event that had just arisen. He panicked when looking at his phone, realizing today was the fateful May 5th. Students curiously crowded toward the entrance, hoping to see the person causing a stir throughout the academy. The protagonist blended into the crowd, confirming in his mind, if I'm not mistaken, it was May 5th, the day that person enrolled, marking the coming upheaval. A blond male student stepped into the astonished gazes of all students in the academy hall. He was the protagonist of this world, Leon van Reinhardt, and his arrival was the start of the first crack after 700 years of peace. This was the entire plot. The protagonist appears, attracts all eyes, and changes the world. In the game, all female characters were attracted to Leon van Reinhardt. If this were an 18+ game, Leon would have failed early before even meeting the Demon King. The girls attracted to him were top characters, Rachel de Mayura, Saki Ryoso, Abel von Nibelung. Though annoyed, the protagonist admitted, Leon van Reinhardt was the key character, and would be summoned first in the next 3 years. Though called recruitment, it was actually forced enlistment, and this was his second time experiencing it. Even Joaquin Baylor could only seal the first Legion commander, showing how powerful the Demon King was. Impossible. The protagonist can't lose, right? That would be too illogical. Leon van Reinhardt appeared in the hall, his gaze and smile quickly attracting everyone. Leon glanced briefly at the protagonist, both immediately recognized each other's presence. The protagonist was stunned, realizing everything had truly begun. Leon smiled warmly as if carrying sunlight. Facing Leon, the protagonist could only stand silently, eyes full of caution. The protagonist stepped back silently, telling himself this was Miracle Blessing M, the game where the protagonist handles everything. He admitted Leon's face was so attractive that he unconsciously trusted him from the first glance. While thinking, someone called out, startling the protagonist to turn around with a wary expression. The scene shifted to the academy's training ground at night. The protagonist practiced swordsmanship alone with a wooden stick, movements strong and steady. He stopped, looked at his hand, confirming that exceeding limits couldn't activate blessings. He told himself he needed to master at least basic sword skills to survive. A red-haired female student named Chloe approached, asking why he was so distant with her. Geometry nearly lost his life, but tried to keep peace since he would share a class with that girl for a year, reluctantly yielding to avoid enmity. Geometry quickly dispelled all doubts, saying nothing serious. He decided to keep peace to avoid unnecessary enemies. The red-haired girl sighed in relief for not offending Geometry but still wondered about his true identity. Geometry sensed the girl's sword was filled with sorrow, as if pleading for help, but also carried a terrifying murderous aura stronger than the Mao brothers. The girl hesitated, calling Geometry name and shyly inviting him to dinner as a sincere thank you. She awkwardly said she wasn't as good at cooking as Geometry but really wanted to invite him to dinner as a way to express gratitude. Geometry remained silent upon hearing the dinner invitation, his mind flashing with the chilling image of someone who once drew a sword with a terrifying murderous aura. The girl looked at Geometry with sparkling hopeful eyes, continuously praying he would accept her invitation. The protagonist was embarrassed by Chloe's gaze, secretly thinking that if he refused, he might wake up in a refrigerator tomorrow morning. Summoning all his courage, he decided to decline the dinner by proposing something else. Chloe was curious when the protagonist said only she could help him. Chloe blushed upon realizing she was the only one asked and asked what he wanted. The protagonist asked Chloe to teach him swordsmanship, trying to smile despite still feeling anxious. He realized he needed a swordsmanship instructor, and Chloe was perfect because she was very strong. From that day on, every night he watched the video Surviving with a Yandere for self-protection. Chloe suddenly appeared enthusiastically, startling the protagonist because she arrived even before he noticed. Chloe excitedly boasted she had been there since 6:30. leaving the protagonist stunned since they agreed to meet at 8. The protagonist was embarrassed realizing Chloe came too early while she just smiled as if nothing happened. As they prepared to start training, the protagonist suddenly fell silent, observing Chloe. Chloe blushed and asked if something was wrong. The protagonist quickly denied and shyly looked away. The protagonist noticed Chloe's firm body and understood why she was so strong. Still, he found Chloe very cute and gave her a wooden sword for practice. Chloe wondered why he didn't use a real sword as she initially thought. The protagonist was surprised by Chloe's thought and explained this was just practice, so they used wooden swords to avoid injury. Chloe unexpectedly praised the protagonist's kindness, giving him chills as he sensed something off in her smile. Chloe tilted her head thoughtfully, then gripped the wooden sword tightly as if evaluating it by feel. Chloe suddenly swung the sword strongly, creating an air pressure that shattered rocks and earth, leaving the protagonist stunned by her power. The protagonist broke out in a cold sweat, silently telling himself to be more careful and deciding to use his blessing. He checked the blessing of the sword god, confirming the sword length was appropriate and his body was still developing steadily. He realized his blessing seemed unusual with additional side effects he didn't remember existing before. The status line showed unlock conditions unmet and sword size limits, making the protagonist even more suspicious. He nervously wondered how much more he needed to develop to unlock the hidden part, while Chloe curiously asked if something was wrong. The red-haired girl worriedly asked when she saw the protagonist staring blankly at the ceiling. The protagonist startled and apologized, realizing only he saw something strange and feared being thought insane. The girl smiled, asking him to go easy since it was the first lesson. The protagonist embarrassedly agreed. The protagonist gripped the wooden sword tightly, responding with determination and agreeing to start the lesson. He raised the sword and smiled confidently, asking the girl if she was ready to begin. They stood facing each other in the wide training ground, the atmosphere silent before the match. The protagonist recalled the past, emphasizing that all his knowledge came from real combat experience. He concluded that to truly master a field, one must be ready to devote oneself entirely to it. The reason Chloe adapted quickly to the academy was due to harsh training from a young age. She summoned a wooden sword wrapped in energy, showing strong momentum and superior combat experience. The protagonist worried as his palms sweated and stance faltered, but reminded himself that the final strike must always hit. Chloe suddenly launched a powerful move, startling the protagonist with her speed and overwhelming pressure. He hadn't reacted yet when he was knocked back, eyes wide with astonishment. Chloe delivered a critical strike from above, completely overwhelming the protagonist. He was thrown backward, face panicked, unable to comprehend what was happening. The protagonist shouted in surprise at the sudden attack, his face paling as he realized Chloe's strike was too fast and not as gentle as promised. Chloe acted unexpectedly, snatching the wooden sword from her opponent's hand and attacking decisively, leaving him only able to react. Her sword sliced through the air, producing a strong whistling sound as it lunged toward the opponent. The two fought fiercely, both swinging their swords in a fiery clash on the training floor. He panicked defending against the powerful strike, noticing something unusual as the weapon vibrated intensely. Though confused, he suddenly realized he had seized an opportunity, his eyes flashing with confidence. Chloe suddenly lunged down from above like thunder, leaving him completely unable to react. He froze in anger, realizing Chloe's speed was increasing and becoming harder to predict. Amidst rapid thoughts, he suspected she had been holding back on him before. The red-haired girl launched a powerful attack with her wooden sword, creating a fierce collision that forced him to struggle defensively. The two wooden swords clashed so hard they cracked, demonstrating the overwhelming strength from the girl. She kept pressing the attack, forcing the protagonist to continuously retreat to dodge and maintain his defense. Her relentless, rapid attacks put him completely on the defensive with no chance to counterattack. The protagonist tensely admitted that a single hit could knock him out immediately as he had reached his limit of endurance. His wooden staff finally shattered under the relentless pressure of heavy attacks. He stood helpless before the girl as his staff broke in two while she maintained a ready attacking stance. The girl apologized worriedly for breaking his staff, admitting that despite trying to strike lightly, she couldn't control her strength. Chloe called out Geomma in surprise upon seeing the wooden staff split, while the pale purple-haired girl went silent, eyes wide as if realizing something terrifying. The system announced that weapon activation conditions were met, but due to damage, an error occurred requiring intervention to adjust the user's personality. The protagonist's body emitted a strong aura covered by a chaotic data effect. The system warned that his humanity level was declining. The sword god's blessing activated. The protagonist's whole body blazed with fierce blue energy, his face turning cold and full of murderous intent. The system continued confirming weapon activation conditions. The silhouette of a giant black creature appeared behind the protagonist facing Chloe. The system reported an error due to weapon damage. Chloe turned around in panic, her face pale. The system used suppressive force to begin adjusting personality, while the protagonist stood motionless amid the chaotic energy wave. Humanity-level warnings continued. The protagonist's eyes became vacant as the words "the sword god" appeared, seemingly taking over his consciousness. Kim woke up in a dark space with a light shining directly down, confused about where he was. He realized he was in the kitchen and wondered if he had just had a dream. He remembered his task was to clean fish and decided to continue working. Having not used a Chinese cleaver for a long time, he decided to choose it for preparation. An error message "cannot select" appeared when he tried to pick up the knife, leaving him confused. He switched to the sword but was again warned that this is not it either. A mysterious voice reassured him to continue, leaving him with only one choice, the sashimi knife. Though worried the sashimi knife would hurt him, Kim still took it, and felt completely healthy, even refreshed. A strange voice urged him to give up everything and let himself be controlled like a puppet. Kim, the chef, responded to the whisper unconsciously, continuing his work with unusual obedience. At the same time, the malign blessing of the sword god fully awakened within the protagonist's body, bringing dark, murderous intent and ominous signs. Chloe called his name in alarm, worried as she saw his mind seemingly losing control. She still hoped for a positive reaction, but the protagonist stood silently amid the cold smoke. Before she could understand what was happening, a burst of energy suddenly emitted from the protagonist. The beam of light shot forward like a cannonball, carrying an unexpectedly fierce destructive force. Immediately after, he appeared before Chloe, swinging his sword to attack, and she could only reflexively block with the broom handle in her hand. The red-haired student shouted in alarm, sensing something unusual from her opponent, trying to signal him to stop. The protagonist instantly charged, creating a powerful energy wave that shook the floor. He used full force to accelerate, leaving the female student only able to stand and watch in shock. The shockwave from him rebounded, pushing the female student backward, unable to defend. She was knocked away, crashing through the training room wall and falling heavily to the ground. She screamed in pain from severe injuries caused by the impact. She stared at her opponent, completely changed from before, his power terrifying her. The protagonist delivered a critical strike from above. The wooden sword glowed fiercely as it struck the floor. The red-haired girl struck decisively with her wooden sword but was violently countered, causing her pain and loss of momentum. The protagonist, in a powered-up state, had bright eyes and a body enveloped by blazing magical energy. A broken piece of wooden staff flew off. He thought to himself he had been hit, secretly surprised by the counterattack. The red-haired girl clutched her chest, breathing heavily and unable to move, astonished by Geometrima's unusual transformation. Deciding to stop the fight, she struggled to call Geometrima, trying to stop him but coughed up blood while pleading for him to stop. Geometrima charged forward, eyes white and wild, swinging his hand with clear murderous intent that distorted the surrounding air. The girl was motionless from exhaustion and shock, realizing she couldn't dodge Geometrima's attack. She desperately called Geometrima's name repeatedly, begging him to wake up and stop before it was too late. A massive energy beam descended, splitting the night and revealing the cold face of the one summoning. Chloe cried out in pain, coughed up blood, and collapsed after the attack, shouting "Kang Junma" in despair. Kim looked at the screen confused, astonished by something unusual happening in the kitchen. Kim saw the fish behaving strangely, dodging the blade unusually, causing him to exclaim in surprise. As Kim was about to kill the fish, a voice-like sound made him hesitate and doubt himself. Repeated shouts of Geometrima echoed, confusing Kim as he began unconsciously repeating those sounds. Kim recalled something important when seeing Geometrima on the screen. The blue light from that image gradually awakened him. Kim fully woke up, gripping the knife tightly, standing solemnly before the cutting board, repeating "Kang Jianma" with determination. The protagonist realized the strange phenomenon happening to him was Geometrima. Chloe collapsed from abnormal power, struggling to control herself in panic. The protagonist was shocked, realizing the true power inside him was beginning to erupt. A strong strike caused an explosion, the wooden sword flew away, and the training floor cracked severely. The protagonist stood in front of Chloe, protecting her from the incoming blow. Chloe shed tears, moved, and seemingly regained consciousness. She was stunned, eyes still teary, instinctively hugging the protagonist. The protagonist smiled gently, patted Chloe's head, and said to end today's training here. The red-haired student anxiously called Geometrima after the match, shocked by the unexpected outcome. The protagonist smiled in thanks for the training session, waving goodbye before leaving. The girl stood silently, watching his figure gradually disappear through the academy's large doors. Night fell over the academy, the quiet scene reflecting the worries in her heart. Walking while hugging herself, she recalled the unease from the entrance exam. She always thought Geometrima's ability was strange rather than powerful, distinctly different from ordinary people. What he used was not technique but primal, wild instinct full of pressure. Although the blessing was activated unconsciously, she was still completely defeated by him. Even holding only a broken wooden sword, he completely dominated, surprising his opponent. Chloe walked while thinking about his power, but the serious gaze of someone appearing made her stop. Chloe was startled and turned around when she heard a familiar voice waiting for her in the shadows. The speaker was Nox Auditor, a second-year student in the Tiger class, standing with arms crossed leaning against a pillar with a cold expression. Chloe called him Appa, initially tense but not entirely surprised. Nox mocked her for befriending lowly people right after joining the academy, his tone full of contemptuous sarcasm. Chloe was silent for a moment, then seriously warned him not to disrespectfully call Geometry Ma that way. Nox recognized the name Geometry Ma, then coldly warned that if she continued to be close to him, the Auditor family would take action. Chloe closed her eyes silently, her face scratched and thoughtful amid the tense atmosphere. She opened her eyes and coldly asserted that even the entire Auditor family couldn't defeat Geometry Ma, drawing the attention of a red-haired young man nearby. That young man stood silently behind a wall, observing a shadow approaching, clearly attracted by Chloe's words. He repeated the name Geometry Ma with suspicious eyes, showing both caution and curiosity. The protagonist's inner monologue, the power he received was not a god's blessing but a harsh curse. He had tried to avoid that blessing by seeking other weapons, unwilling to depend on it. But the curse clung to him, taking over his body as if mocking all his struggles. He did not feel pain. Instead, he was intoxicated with pleasure, controlled like a puppet in the shadows by the curse. When his whole body was controlled like a puppet, he had to accept sacrificing himself to the rising power. In the moment his mind began to dissolve, Chloe's scream calling his name pierced through the thick darkness like light. Hearing his name, Kang Geometry Ma, called desperately by Chloe, he suddenly regained his shattered consciousness. Feeling himself disappearing, he hastily threw the wooden sword away as a way to abandon what was devouring him. Chloe, the girl who once tried to kill him, was the one who pulled him back from the brink of oblivion, like a lifeline amid chaos. Though angry that Chloe once broke his sword, deep down he was deeply grateful she awakened him. He chose to leave the room quickly, avoiding another outburst of the sword god's blessing, holding on to the little control left. But in his heart remained the worry, could he forever avoid the power sleeping deep inside himself? He bore the blessing of the sword god, but the price was his lifespan gradually diminishing day by day. As an outsider thrown into this world, he had no choice, only to live with that cruel gift. He never demanded anything far-fetched, only wished for a normal, simple life like everyone else. He once believed that calmly solving each small problem would restore stability. But then he realized something terrifying. Something was gnawing at his reason from deep within. It was not a blessing, but a curse. A power that should not exist, wanting to completely consume him. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the lecture hall returned to lively, but no one knew what had happened to him. Behind the noise was an empty space. A person who had disappeared, silently as if never existing here. A purple-haired male student excitedly recounted yesterday's events, but Chloe responded indifferently, keeping her distance. Chloe silently looked down, her eyes distant, filled with many unspeakable thoughts. Although the class gradually emptied, Chloe still sat quietly in her seat, her mind full of confusion. She blamed herself for never asking for a way to contact him, despite always caring. Chloe once went to his dorm, heard painful groans but didn't dare enter, fearing he would hate her. Though very worried, she chose to leave, suppressing her feelings to avoid misunderstandings. Chloe sat far away, quietly watching him as usual, her eyes full of unspoken feelings. She confessed that she often secretly watched him but didn't dare start a conversation, fearing she would be seen as a nuisance. Chloe whispered in the night that she missed him, a sad confession suppressed in silence. The next day, the academy appeared in gloomy rain, signaling a quiet and moody scene. In class, the elderly teacher shouted loudly for silence, quelling all student noise. He angrily scolded the class for not being serious, declaring they would switch to self-study due to bad weather. Upon realizing Kang Geometry Ma had not yet arrived, he calmly resolved to trust him and wait like a dedicated teacher. He ordered the class to begin studying, and all students responded seriously in unison. A sudden loud noise echoed in the classroom, startling the teacher, who angrily asked who dared interrupt the lesson. He turned around, eyes wide with astonishment at the person who had just entered. When a strange student entered the classroom, all eyes turned to him, creating a tense and curious atmosphere. His footsteps echoed on the stairs, each step prolonging the attention of the entire lecture hall. A close-up of his stern face and sharp eyes revealed determination and coldness. Kang Geometrima, in academy uniform, walked slowly but powerfully under the light shining directly from the classroom ceiling. The red-haired girl exclaimed his name, Geometrima, spreading surprise throughout the audience. He calmly bowed his head to apologize for being late, his calm voice contrasting with his serious expression. The elderly lecturer was stunned, stammering in reaction, unable to hide his surprise at this appearance. Students whispered among themselves about Kang Geometrima, surprised by his handsome appearance and unusual aura after reappearing. The lecture began. Students settled into their seats while the teacher stood at the podium. The protagonist was present in class, quietly observing the atmosphere with calm and reserved eyes. After class ended, students dispersed, chatting lively. The atmosphere became noisy and natural. Chloe hesitantly called Geometrima's name, and he responded gently as if he had long awaited those words. Chloe anxiously asked about what had happened, while Geometrima replied that nothing serious occurred. She continued, confessing that she was very worried when she didn't see him appear and suspected it was related to the previous fight. Geometrima was silent for a long time, his expression thoughtful, as if considering how to answer or hide his feelings. Finally, he smiled lightly and said he was just a little sick, then thanked Chloe for worrying about him. Chloe was stunned, looking at the protagonist. Her eyes shone with heart-shaped reflections, expressing intense surprise and emotion. She shyly responded to his reassurance with relief mixed with embarrassment, while he secretly noticed lingering doubt in her heart. The protagonist recalled the past 3 days when he was exhausted by symptoms resembling severe mental withdrawal. He recalled being unable to leave the room or eat, only curling up under the blanket, praying for the seizures to end. The pain he endured was even worse than before, the price to pay for using a severely damaged weapon. Though his appearance hadn't changed much, his face was clearly haggard and his hair began to turn white from the consequences of that power. The truth was clear. This was punishment from a cruel god, he silently cursed in despair. Back in the present, the protagonist quietly observed Chloe, realizing she carried a heavy sense of guilt. He understood Chloe's caution was understandable and tried to let go of emotions to move forward. Chloe hesitated but mustered courage to ask if she could accept the earlier dinner invitation today. When he agreed, Chloe was surprised and extremely flustered by the unexpected invitation. Chloe excitedly agreed to cook for him, promising to do her best because she was so eager. He smiled lightly, realizing Chloe was genuinely happy to be invited to dinner. Chloe offered to cook all his favorite dishes and eagerly asked what he wanted to eat. He chose fish since it had been a long time, then intended to mention the previous experience at her place. But at that moment, a dangerous reaction appeared, signaling something unusual was happening. A mysterious creature was torn apart by energy emitted from the protagonist, leaving the nearby girl stunned while he silently turned his head with cold eyes. The protagonist suddenly turned back, his face serious as if sensing an unusual presence behind him. The red-haired girl anxiously inquired while both stood in the academy hall, eyes fixed on a stranger appearing. Another red-haired student stood at a distance, seemingly observing, fists clenched, expression tense. His eyes flashed strangely, a sinister smile visible behind his mask, exuding a dark, threatening aura. Both students were stunned by the unexpected scene, especially the red-haired girl whose eyes showed extreme panic. The girl asked the protagonist about the identity of the newcomer with confusion while he remained cold and silent. The protagonist looked straight ahead without speaking, his eyes filled with suspicion and unrevealed memories. A mysterious figure entered, making the room's atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. Kang Geometrima intently observed the newcomer, his gaze serious and unwavering. The stranger with red hair and sharp eyes appeared, half his face covered, making him even more suspicious. He faced Kang Geometrima and issued a challenge, demanding he speak his thoughts instead of silently watching. The masked man's glowing red eyes radiated clear, murderous intent, chilling anyone who looked at him. Kang Geometrima wondered about his strange eyes, while Chloe appeared panicked and worried upon seeing him. Chloe called him Appa, indicating a close relationship, yet her voice trembled with fear and anxiety. The stranger casually insulted Kang Geometrima, questioning Chloe for breaking rules just for a mere ordinary person like him. Chloe confronted her brother, declaring she was severing ties with the auditor family, while he denied the possibility of renouncing their assassin bloodline. The protagonist noticed the strange tone. Chloe sounded like a rebel, and her brother like he was performing an epic, leaving him confused. Her brother demanded Chloe give up something and return to auditor, causing her to cry and tremble while begging don't. Chloe angrily shouted, forbidding her brother from insulting Geometry and unexpectedly struck him in the chest. The strong blow caused chaos. Those around panicked as they lost control of the situation. At first, the protagonist seemed accustomed to the chaos, but suddenly snapped awake upon hearing the name Auditor. He recalled that Auditor was a mysterious assassin group specializing in assassination and infiltration, appearing amid the game's developments. Although Auditor is considered weaker than other heroic clans, they are unmatched masters of assassination. The Auditor clan is famous for its brutal training system that turns descendants into assassins from a young age. Chloe is one of them. Comparing the assassin expression of the brother and Chloe's harmless smile, the protagonist was confused about which was normal. The emotionless expression when killing was no longer strange but a sign of cold familiarity. He believed the Auditor family eliminated enemies for justice and did not oppose killing if there was a just cause. Seeing Chloe tired and silent, he realized she probably never wished for anything other than a normal life. Yet, like his blessing, being born into Auditor was a chain Chloe could never escape. Chloe bore the fate of an emotionless assassin with no other choice. A predetermined future where Chloe was only a shadow reflecting irresistible misfortune. Though not a hero and never wishing to be one, he still wondered what he was doing knowing he couldn't save the world. But if he couldn't save the world, could he not save a girl? He decided to step forward. He admitted that although this power was a curse, it would not let him lose. He turned to ask the opponent's name, Nox, with a serious and ready gaze. The new character was a red-haired boy wearing a mask, admitting he once tried to escape the sword god's blessing but failed. He realized running away led nowhere. If he couldn't run, he would move forward, deciding not to retreat any further. He introduced himself as Kang Geometry, a name meaning sword and demon, and said he was someone who knew how to use a knife. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, a bald man who seemed to be a lecturer was deep in thought. Lee Wonbin worried when he noticed Geometry's eyes lacked emotion. Something unusual had definitely happened. A pink white-haired female student entered, called Lee Wonbin Sionbi, and teased him that he looked like he was going bald soon. Lee Wonbin sternly asked her not to mention baldness, while the girl smiled and apologized gently. He introduced himself as Lee Wonbin, the main lecturer of the Tiger class, while the girl was surprised to discover he had been bald from the start and found it cute. Upon hearing that someone suddenly requested access to the subspace, Lee Wonbin panicked and asked for the identities of the student and opponent. The call announced that student Kang Geometry had requested a match, and the opponent was Nox Auditor, leaving Lee Wonbin very shocked. The subspace gate opened with dazzling light, creating a sense of urgency and intensity. The arena's notice board confirmed the battle between Geometry and Nox Auditor would take place at the subspace arena. Kang Geometry sat silently in the waiting room, counting down 15 minutes to the battle in subspace, surprised that preparations went smoother than expected. A green-haired staff member advised Geometry to take care of himself if he insisted on fighting, showing sincere concern. Geometry reassured himself that this was not reality, so there was no physical harm. As long as he won, mental damage didn't matter. Cheers from the stands echoed into the waiting room, surprising Geometry with the match's popularity. He felt ironic because he had tried to live quietly before but now became the center of attention. All efforts to hide himself were meaningless. Chloe burst into tears upon seeing Geometry, calling his name with regret that stunned him. Geometry understood Chloe's self-blame and reassured her it wasn't her fault, smiling gently to soothe her. He reminded her that she lent him equipment and optimistically said everything would be fine, making her sigh helplessly. The protagonist and Chloe sat together in the waiting room, silence enveloping them as if forecasting a serious conversation about to happen. Chloe looked down, thoughtfully admitting Nox's superior power, making the atmosphere heavier. The protagonist reassured Chloe, confidently affirming that he was just as strong as Nox. Chloe nervously recounted about Nox, a genius never before seen in the Auditor clan's history, mastering dark magic to the extent of being called the pinnacle of dark magic at just 14 years old. The protagonist silently reacted with a look of annoyance, wondering who came up with such exaggerated titles. He gazed at the strangely shaped knife in his hand, realizing that despite trying to avoid it, choosing to wield a weapon was an unavoidable fate. Recalling his past life, he remembered the prophecy that his life would be tied to a blade, and now, even after reincarnation, He was still holding a sashimi knife to fight. An announcement called students to the arena for the subspace match, surprising Chloe, and both stood up ready to face the challenge. The protagonist bid farewell to Chloe, carrying his weapon with determined eyes while she silently accepted. Chloe bowed her head silently, hiding the chaotic emotions inside. The protagonist suddenly called Chloe's name, making her startle and turn around. He approached, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze deep and his words calm as he spoke about geniuses. The sword in his hand glowed, reflecting strong determination. Chloe was stunned by his firm assertion. The protagonist walked into the light, confidently declaring, "I will win." The door of light opened ahead, leading the way to a fateful battle. The dazzling light forced the protagonist to shield his eyes, standing still for a moment. He stepped into the vast arena amid roaring cheers from the stands, holding dual knives ready to face his opponent. The crowd cheered wildly for the special student, confident he would not flee from the match. He forced a smile, feeling like a Roman gladiator, surprised by how tense the atmosphere was. Looking up at the stands, he noticed the entire castle class was present to witness the battle. A group of castle students watched, including Rina, who wore a serious expression and kept her eyes fixed on him. A blonde female student exclaimed about his handsome appearance, while Rina silently observed. Rina looked at him intently, her gaze quiet and full of meaning, revealing no clear emotion. The protagonist stood in the hall, silently wondering why others had so much free time to watch, feeling awkward about the situation. A red-haired boy angrily called the protagonist lowly, scolding him for arrogance in daring to wield a small blade to challenge, claiming he couldn't distinguish courage from recklessness. The protagonist calmly stood in the arena as dark, murderous intent surged around him, directly confronting the opponent's overwhelming aura. He realized the opponent's murderous intent was real and thought to himself that this guy was truly crazy. Though provoked, the protagonist smiled and taunted back that a skilled person never blamed poor weapons, which infuriated the opponent. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth, determined to silence the protagonist's insolent mouth first. He summoned dark power, swinging a purple flaming sword filled with murderous intent, preparing to punish the protagonist's provocative words. The protagonist sneered, mocking the opponent's over-reliance on equipment, leaving him momentarily speechless. He possessed two S-rank crimson cloud swords and one of the strongest auras, the Blessing of the Crow. Kang Geometrima recognized the murderous intent the opponent struggled to suppress, indicating a real threat level. Despite the equipment gap, Kang Geometrima was mentally prepared, carrying the Daso Sashimi knife and Crimson Blade from Chloe. The battle between Kang Geometrima and the red-haired boy officially began in the sealed arena setting. The subspace barrier was activated, preventing any effects from the battle from spreading outside. The red-haired boy with cold eyes stood ready to fight inside the special barrier. Leon van Reinhardt, Chloe, and 3 other students watched intently as the upcoming battle unfolded inside the barrier. The central crystal shone brightly, signaling the combat system was about to activate with the power of a hero. A fierce collision between 2 bursts of energy erupted, creating continuous shockwaves reverberating throughout the arena. The 2 opponents charged at each other in a fateful moment as the sound "Blessing be with you" echoed, marking the start of a sanctified battle. Both Painless Blessing and Sword God's Blessing were activated simultaneously, stirring the surrounding space with dazzling light. The protagonist summoned all his strength, his eyes resolute as the sacred blessing resounded, "May the blessings of the gods descend upon you." The observing students were confused, not understanding what was happening, surprised by the battle's uncatchable speed. One student was shocked, confirming he had seen something unusual while trying to calm himself. The crowd gradually fell silent as they realized this was not an easy match as they had thought, all eyes focused on the arena with suspicion and amazement. A fast and powerful attack was launched by the red-haired masked opponent, piercing the space with fierce purple streaks. 2 female students watched the battle, one was excited while the other, Arena, was silent but attentive. Rina was amazed to see someone she thought weak display combat skills far beyond expectations. The intense battle erupted as the red-haired boy unleashed a powerful purple slash, with the opponent blocking cautiously. He pressed forward, swinging his sword down with terrifying speed and strength, forcing the opponent to struggle defensively. A sword strike created an energy wave that cut through the ground, showing the devastating power of the attack. The red-haired boy executed a special move, spinning midair and sweeping his sword horizontally, creating purple slashes that destroyed the arena. The ground cracked in an X shape, purple smoke rose, astonishing viewers at the displayed power. He angrily decided to launch the next attack at high speed, challenging the opponent to dodge the lightning-fast strike. The red-haired boy unleashed the three-legged crow skill with brutal power, engulfing the opponent in a dark blade. The protagonist was surprised by the fierce destructive power of the incoming attack from above. The purple blade slammed into the ground, creating a large destruction zone that surrounded the protagonist in the center. The group of three attackers confidently believed their opponent was defeated, showing triumphant expressions and making assertive remarks. However, from the rubble, the protagonist emerged in a blue light, completely unharmed. One of the three was horrified to see the protagonist calmly appear, doubting whether he was truly uninjured. The protagonist looked back with cold eyes, affirming a power beyond the opponent's expectations. Meanwhile, other students discussed the superior power of the second-year class but still acknowledged the new student's combat experience. Only those with sharp eyes noticed. The boy did not counterattack but perfectly dodged all relentless strikes from the second-year opponent. The opponent bitterly admitted Chloe's words were true. The boy was truly extraordinary, even easily dodging the strongest move, Blessing of the Crow. Realizing his speed was insufficient, he decided to gather strength for a stronger strike, aiming to end the match with a single sweeping slash that could clear the area. His anger surged as he saw the opponent holding a crude weapon, a cheap kitchen knife that looked nothing like a swordsman's weapon. That knife dropped to the floor, a surprising action in the middle of battle that stunned the opponent. He was confused and angry seeing his opponent drop his weapon during a duel, unable to understand what he was planning. But the boy slowly drew a new knife, its blade adorned with brilliant patterns revealing something completely different. The blade imprinted with bright red flowers appeared in the boy's hand, his determined aura signaling that the real battle was just beginning. Two students faced off, one drawing his sword, startling the other with an unusual stance. A close-up of the cold, sharp eyes of the black-haired student as he entered the fray. The red-haired student was furious, believing he was being mocked by his opponent's strange stance. He unleashed a terrifying murderous aura, his blood-red blade emitting a dark, demonic energy. He declared he would finish the fight with a single slash of his blood-soaked, hungry-young blade. But before he could attack, the ground shattered under the lightning-fast movement of his opponent. His face panicked as he realized he was completely overwhelmed. The black-haired student's inner monologue. He only wanted to live peacefully, but now felt controlled by a force within, and he had surrendered, giving his body to it. Facing an inescapable power, the protagonist summoned the sword god power with determination to cut through all obstacles. He issued a cold declaration, ready to strike the enemy so fast that no trace would remain. His sword arm revealed in a stance preparing for a fatal blow. The enemy, a red-haired boy wearing a mask, appeared cold and charged forward. He was shocked to realize his opponent's speed far exceeded his perception. The protagonist activated his power, creating a fierce whirlwind from his flaming blue sword, exuding overwhelming momentum. Two students in the audience were horrified witnessing the unimaginable battle. Leon van Reinhardt looked down at the arena with a serious expression, realizing this was no ordinary contest. In the shadow of fate, he vowed to use any power, whether blessing or curse. His determined gaze and resolute declaration, it was time to say goodbye. He parted with a peaceful past and began a brutal journey, where enemies fall and the real battle begins. Blinding sword slashes tore through space, forcing the masked opponent to reveal panic. The finishing blow struck, the enemy's scream choked in his throat, buried in brilliant sword flashes. The spatial barrier was disabled, revealing the true battlefield amid bewildered gazes. Academy students were stunned, sweating as they witnessed the unimaginable situation in the arena. Kang Geometrima silently sheathed his sword, while the red-haired enemy knelt amid ashes. Defeat was clear. He gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, blue light flashing amid the tense space. Rina and the blonde girl were stunned by the recent event, their eyes filled with surprise and anxiety. He stood still in the arena, smoke dissipating to reveal a cold and resolute posture. The subspace match ended. He touched his ear while wondering about everyone's reaction, confirming there was no turning back. He looked at the bloodied knife in his hand, silently thinking that using it to attack someone was not pleasant at all. Although Mel Brothers and Nox were both in subspace during the fight, the boy was amazed at the durability of this place. Nox lay panting on the floor, eyes panicked and helpless, sweating as he looked up at the one who defeated him. He confirmed Nox was as strong as Chloe described, with excellent combat intuition honed from real battles. Kang Geometrima could be detected due to his intense murderous aura, but that became an advantage for him. He won overwhelmingly in the match, defeating his opponent in 26 seconds, astonishing the entire school. A first-year student admitted by special recruitment defeated a second-year student, shocking the stands and spreading his name throughout the academy. Though overly exposed, Kang Geometryma accepted it with a faint smile, having no other choice. Kang Geometryma affirmed the path he had chosen, determined to move forward with willpower and perseverance. Rumors spread quickly in the academy. The opponent he defeated was from the powerful Audit clan. Although the opponent was very strong, everyone was amazed that he was defeated by Kang Geometryma, which only increased the attention. The name Kang Geometryma was continuously mentioned by students in the class, sparking lively discussions. The green-haired girl was thoughtful, the name Kang Geometryma lingering in her mind like a mystery. Wherever she went, she heard mentions of Kang Geometryma. He had become the focus of every conversation after yesterday's shocking event. The image of Kang Geometryma defeating a strong opponent stunned her, making her unable to believe her eyes. In that moment, she was completely speechless at the scene she had witnessed. Her eyes reflected the image of a swordsman with extraordinary aura and earth-shaking power. Kang Geometryma possessed unbelievably skilled swordsmanship while only wielding 2 kitchen knives. As the granddaughter of a swordsman, she had been confident in her sword knowledge but now realized her naivety. The shock awakened her heart pounding. She was truly moved by Kang Geometryma's power. Rina sat with Kang Geometryma on a stone bench, both confused and curious about the one who defeated her, while nurturing thoughts of revenge. She recalled her past, affirming that she was strong and lived by the motto, tough on the strong, merciful to the weak, but was suspected of weakness, leading her to suspect Kang Geometryma might be this year's top student. Rina angrily slammed the table, admitting Kang Geometryma was truly stronger than her, while still wondering what he was thinking. In frustration, Rina shouted loudly, drawing attention from those around. She grew more irritated, not understanding Kang Geometryma's thoughts. Rachel, a classmate, noticed Rina's unusual expression and curiously asked about it. Rina tried to act normal and responded to Rachel with a forced smile, saying it was nothing. Rachel suspected something was bothering Rina and pressed her, while Rina excused herself by saying she felt tired from lack of practice. Rachel continued teasing playfully, forcing Rina to awkwardly deny, while still trying to hide her true feelings. A blonde girl jokingly asked the green-haired girl if she was hungry, but the green-haired girl immediately replied no, clearly annoyed. The blonde girl guessed that her friend forgot to bring equipment but received a firm shake of the head and a cold look in response. When the blonde asked if she needed to use the restroom, the green-haired girl lost patience and snapped that she already said it was nothing. The sly blonde suddenly exclaimed that maybe it was because of a boy, startling and confusing the green-haired girl. While the blonde laughed with hidden meaning, the green-haired girl blushed, eyes wide with panic, completely flustered by the teasing. The blonde girl laughed heartily, unable to believe that Lady Abel, thought to be serious, was involved in romance. Abel shouted loudly, face flushed, panically denying that it was anything like what the other was thinking. Before Abel could say more, the other girl excitedly pressed for the identity of the lucky boy who changed her mood. Joking and speculating, the girl guessed that anyone who could touch Abel's heart must be extraordinary. She immediately guessed the first person, Leon, handsome, charming, seemingly the most fitting for someone like Abel. But Abel's cold gaze and immediate denial dismissed this hypothesis without explanation. The girl still found it puzzling that Abel always kept distance from Leon despite his admiration by many. So she shifted focus, trying to mention the special student who transferred in yesterday, Kang Jianwu, as another possibility. Abel's embarrassed blush confirmed to the girl that her guess was correct, accompanied by a triumphant smile. The girl then grabbed Abel's hand, deciding to take her somewhere, seemingly to continue this interesting interrogation. Abel was suddenly pulled away by the blonde girl, causing her to panic and ask where she was going. The blonde girl shouted confidently to the tiger class, of course, and pulled Abel straight ahead. They arrived in front of the tiger class and the blonde girl cheerfully greeted the whole class. The entire tiger class was surprised and whispered among themselves when they saw Rachel and Abel enter, with Rachel decisively stepping forward. Rachel stepped onto a desk, attracting all eyes in the class. She loudly asked the class about the black-haired boy with excitement. Rachel smiled ecstatically, emphasizing each word, making the atmosphere even tenser. A blue-haired male student interrupted politely, reminding Rachel that she was standing on someone else's desk. The confident blonde girl asked others about her appearance, causing another character to awkwardly compliment her in surprise and panic. Abel tiredly held her forehead in the hallway while the female students behind giggled, calling her cute. The blonde girl suddenly exclaimed upon finding the person she was looking for, her eyes clearly excited. The red-haired girl was filled with romantic feelings as she looked at the black-haired boy resting his head on the desk, causing others to mistakenly think they were a couple. Ignoring all assumptions, the blonde girl became intimidating, saying this only made things more interesting. She descended the stairs with fiery eyes and a challenging expression, as if ready to ignite a dramatic game. Still smiling slyly, the red-haired girl suddenly froze as she realized something that completely changed her expression. Suddenly and boldly, the blonde girl approached and whispered something into the black-haired boy's ear, astonishing everyone around. The whole class was shocked to witness the unexpected scene right before their eyes. Both students were utterly stunned and speechless. Abel sat on top of Kang Jianwoo with an indifferent expression, casually uttering a mysterious whoops. Kang Jianwoo woke up confused, not yet understanding what was happening. Abel leaned in and asked in a gentle but suggestive tone, her eyes full of hearts, making the atmosphere suffocating. Abel called Kang Jianwoo by name and revealed she had learned about him after the previous event, leaving him very embarrassed. As Abel leaned closer to observe, Kang Jianwoo clearly sensed a potential threat, his instincts warning him this was danger. Chloe appeared, tightly grabbing Abel's hand, her red eyes blazing with anger as she growled each word. "What the hell are you?" Chloe trembled, her fiery red eyes showing extreme agitation, making the atmosphere tense. Rachel tilted her head, her eyes confused mixed with surprise at Chloe's reaction. Kang Jianwoo anxiously watched as Chloe suddenly grabbed Rachel's hand but was gently held back by her. Chloe's personality completely reversed. She drew a box cutter with a cold, threatening gaze. Kang Jianwoo feared a knife fight might break out in class, something never seen before in the game. Abel appeared, trying to pull Rachel away but was deliberately ignored by Rachel with a sarcastic and playful attitude. Rachel looked at Abel with affectionate eyes inappropriate for the situation, making things even more unpredictable. Rachel casually stroked Chloe's hair and scolded her like a child, both warning and disarming her. Chloe, furious and about to draw her knife to attack, was restrained by Rachel's oppressive head pat. Rachel gently took the knife from Chloe's hand, then turned away, declaring the conversation was for adults only. Chloe summoned a terrifying weapon that stunned both Kang Jianwoo and Abel, radiating murderous intent. Rachel coldly turned around, ready to respond. In a brief moment, Rachel's eyes flashed a terrifying purple before blood was spilled. In another corner, two students argued over spilled milk. One was angry, while the other expressed feelings. The empty classroom echoed with the harsh reply, "Shut up," like a cold full stop. Rachel easily blocked Chloe's attack, raised her hand, and sarcastically said she was too slow. Rachel mocked the red-haired girl's height and temper while restraining her resistance with her hand. Abel angrily shouted, demanding Rachel stop immediately. Rachel silently observed for a moment before casually throwing her opponent flying through the air. The red-haired girl's eyes burned with rage as she was completely overwhelmed. Despite being thrown, she quickly spun and landed powerfully, regaining her balance. Rachel's overwhelming display excited the group of male students, while Kang Jianwoo remained silently helpless. Rachel was introduced as a senior student, granddaughter of the Holy Spear, from a clan that worshipped pure strength over skill. Rachel looked at Kang Jianwoo with glowing pink eyes, teasing if Abel was his girlfriend. He coldly denied it, his indifferent gaze making the atmosphere even tenser. The red-haired girl's murderous aura frightened the blue-haired boy, but he did not deny the truth. Rachel affirmed the red-haired girl was her friend, confidently facing the boy. The whole class buzzed as Rachel, Abel, and the boy faced each other in a chaotic and confusing situation. Abel was embarrassed to realize she was also present, her mind only now settling. The boy seriously asked why Rachel and Abel sought him out amid the chaos. Rachel revealed that Abel was interested in the boy and wanted to meet him, her eyes shining with hearts. Abel shyly denied it fiercely while Rachel innocently responded, causing them to argue awkwardly. Abel noticed something unusual and exclaimed in shock, drawing the class's attention as she rarely lost her temper. Abel approached Kang Jianwoo's seat along with Leon and Rachel, attracting the surrounding students' attention as the atmosphere between them grew tense. Abel tried to explain it was a misunderstanding, but Kang Jianwoo showed no interest and immediately wanted her to leave. Kang Jianwoo expressed fatigue and indifference, emphasizing that if Abel had nothing to do, she should leave his place. Rachel was enchanted by Kang Jianwoo suddenly approaching and catching Abel off guard. Rachel praised Kang Jianwoo as an interesting guy and boldly expressed her liking, making him flustered. Rachel continued to flirt unabashedly, inviting Kang Jianwoo to her dorm to watch a movie, making the atmosphere increasingly awkward. Chloe suddenly appeared, screaming in fury and declaring Kang Jianwoo was her geometry ma, astonishing Rachel. Rachel mocked the term, my geometry ma, making the black-haired boy embarrassed while he silently thought of his mother. Abel sternly called Rachel's name, stunning her with overwhelming murderous intent. Rachel tried to tease once more but was coldly chased away by Geometry Ma. Rachel happily left with Abel, ignoring Geometry Ma's anger and his wish for her to disappear from sight. Rachel and Abel left the class, leaving Geometry Ma exhausted while the red-haired girl worriedly murmured his name. Abel suddenly turned back to look at Geometry Ma as she neared the classroom door. Abel's gaze lingered on Geometry Ma, holding something unspoken. Abel stopped, silently watching Geometry Ma resting his head on the desk against a stark white background full of silence. Rachel entered the classroom with a cold expression, causing the atmosphere to drop. She moved among the watching eyes, bringing an unusual silence to the lecture hall. An outside view showed Rachel entering the class with a turquoise-haired student, Abel. Rachel and Abel appeared as a perfect contrasting pair. One fierce, one quiet, both exuding overwhelming aura. Jianwoo felt Abel's gaze like a cold blade cutting through his throat, a terrifying pressure hard to explain. Rachel suddenly admitted that Jianwoo exceeded expectations, even giving her chills with excitement. She assessed that Jianwoo was different from those who only had looks, a worthy warrior she had not anticipated. Rachel told herself that her clan only chose outstanding warriors for betrothal, and perhaps he was that person. The invincible Empress looked at Kang Jianma as a precious resource, her eyes flashing with cold calculation. She was the first to be attracted to Kang Jianma, which made Abel unhappy when she heard about it. The invincible Empress rushed in front of Abel, hurriedly apologizing as if hiding something else. Abel criticized her for causing chaos in the Tiger class, saying the apology should be to them, not to her. Abel was surprised to realize the apology was unrelated to the disorder in the classroom. The invincible Empress revealed that everything revolved around Kang Jianma, not for any other reason. In front of Abel, she declared she would not back down, affirming her determination to compete for the boy. A wheelchair suddenly moved, signaling an impending action between two opposing forces. An inner voice echoed, urging him to kill his enemy in a rage as he ran through the hospital corridor. The self-proclaimed audit or genius with an undefeated body was putting all his effort into a bloody mission. Under the cold moonlight, he pondered an assassination plan for tonight, his eyes flashing determination. When he caught Kang Jianwoo's gaze, he was shaken, threatened merely by the other's presence. In anger, he shoved someone aside and continued his desperate escape. He swore to mobilize the entire Auditor clan to behead the one who humiliated him. He vowed to kill Jianwoo to reclaim Chloe, whom he believed had potential beyond himself. Now was the moment to act. He would use his clan's power and top-tier skills tonight. A masked figure with murderous eyes was secretly peeking through a door crack, vowing to show someone his true power. His eyes showed extreme determination, as if preparing to do something irreversible. Meanwhile, the boy calmly bit an apple, completely unshaken by the situation. The boy turned to greet the newcomer naturally, surprising the masked figure. A red-haired girl revealed that Appa was currently in the academy's medical area. She sat in class, biting her pen irritably, her eyes cold and mood seemingly unstable. The black-haired boy sensed her unease, surprised that she was the one who had drawn the knife that day. Chloe muttered in jealousy and madness, biting her pen as if about to go insane. Chloe smiled and asked when Geometry Ma called her name, still holding the box cutter, making him visibly uneasy. Geometry Ma hesitated, asking about Nox's condition, and Chloe suddenly froze, awkwardly not answering immediately. Chloe was silent and pensive, her eyes showing hesitation and inner torment. She announced that Nox was in the academy's medical room, surprising Geometry Ma since that shouldn't happen in subspace. Chloe confessed she had never visited, only heard that Nox was hospitalized despite no injuries. She tried to reassure Geometry Ma that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about Nox. Geometry Ma suspected the reason for Nox's hospitalization, fearing that the one he defeated was plotting something else. Geometry Ma gently patted Chloe's head and asked for Nox's room number, leaving her stunned and confused. The masked figure turned pale, facing Geometry Ma's cold gaze, barely managing a panicked stammer. Ignoring the opponent's fear, Geometry Ma held an apple and asked a casual, sarcastic question. The other person just stood frozen, his mind screaming in anger, "You've already eaten and you're still asking?" The boy commented that the hospital room was too luxurious, indicating the audit or clan must be very wealthy, leaving the masked figure silent. Growing increasingly confused, he began to doubt and shakily asked how Geometry Ma had gotten in here. Seeing Geometry Ma reach for the knife, he panicked, thinking the boy was about to strike again. The blade flashed in Geometry Ma's hand, causing the opponent to freeze and panic intensely. But Geometry Ma simply continued peeling the apple calmly, leaving the opponent speechless, unsure whether to feel relieved or embarrassed. He peeled the apple perfectly, leaving the masked figure stunned, unable to understand how he could be so skillful. He placed the peeled apple on a plate beside the fruit basket, showing no sign of ill intent. Geometry Ma coldly turned away, saying if he couldn't eat rice, then eat fruit instead, words that left the opponent bewildered. Feeling insulted, he gritted his teeth in rage, thinking he had just been pitted, his hand gripping the knife tightly. At that moment, Geometry Ma interrupted him with a casual and strode away without looking back. He only added a short sentence warning of revenge intentions, causing the other to freeze as if his will was crushed. And as a declaration of war, Geometry Ma vowed to crush the entire Audit-Or clan with his own hands. His face was resolute and cold, clearly showing determination to carry out his words. The masked figure was stunned, eyes wide with terror at the overwhelming aura Jian Wu exuded. He jumped up in panic and rushed out of the room as if escaping the Reaper's side. The apple lay still on the plate, its peel beginning to crack with a thin, sharp cut. Moments later, the apple shattered into perfectly even pieces, cut so neatly it was chilling. A shadow walked through the night, footsteps slow but steady and calm. Geometry Ma thought he was now like a fragile candle threatened to shatter completely. He admitted Audit-Or was a powerful assassin organization and he couldn't face the whole clan with just a 30-second anesthetic. Though he could take down 10 people in 30 seconds, Geometry Ma still wanted to avoid killing unless absolutely necessary. He stood silently under the moonlight, burdened with nameless thoughts in the quiet night. He felt as if he were in the eye of a strange storm where all upheavals revolved around him. Chaotic memories of strange encounters flashed through his mind, making him sigh involuntarily, admitting he had grown used to it and gone mad. He thought if Nox didn't cause trouble anymore, he could temporarily stop worrying about him. But another problem awaited. That problem was Rachel, the person he wanted to avoid most, yet she approached him first in the original story. Though unwilling to get involved, he had to set that aside to focus on the upcoming midterm exams. He told himself to be serious because the reward was real and he needed a stronger weapon to fight beyond 30 seconds. The phone calendar showed the midterm exams approaching, leaving him silently sighing. The exam required teams of 5 to defeat monsters together, regardless of rank or background. Though troublesome, this exam emphasized teamwork spirit and trust in your battle companions. If you choose the right teammates, you can let them carry you through the gate, as long as they are high-level enough to do so. The monster for this exam was a level D merman, both grotesque and terrifying even just to see in the game. Seeing a merman for the first time, he felt nauseous despite having lived around fish all his life in reality. He thought if it were a mermaid it would be less disgusting, but then casually said he wasn't one to nosebleed easily. He realized that mermaids were also classified as demonic humans, the main faction of the demon army. Sitting alone in the quiet night, he pondered the difference between monsters and demonic humans, feeling lucky that students only had to face mermen. He looked up at the peaceful sky, whispering a single word, peace. 700 years had passed since humans and demons signed a ceasefire treaty, though many conflicts still occurred. A typical example was Vashman, commander of the 6th Legion, who crossed the ceasefire boundary to resurrect Legion. Vashman shattered the boundary barrier with explosive power, ignoring all taboo warnings. He shouted to resurrect Legion on the battlefield, causing both sides to plunge into fierce battle. The week-long bloody war ended with humanity's victory and the birth of 7 heroes. However, that victory came at a terrible cost. 3 people fell to exchange for peace, opening a new era for humanity. Both sides did not want to escalate conflicts further, and peace lasted until today, though the strongest human only defeated the 6th Legion's commander. But that boy Kang Jianwu looked up at the sky and doubted, is this peace? Thinking of the one who sealed the 1st Legion's commander, Baylor Joaquin, he wondered if he was still human. He quickly scanned the calendar, realizing only 3 years remained until the Second Great War between humans and demons, the battle involving the Demon King. He told himself it was useless to think about it and better to focus on the upcoming midterm exam. Kang Jianwu, disheartened but determined, he opened his contacts to find teammates, and suddenly realized he had no friends at all. Then he thought now he was the most famous student in the academy. Why not use that to solve the problem? He decided to change his goal, no longer live quietly but live comfortably and score high on midterms with a good group. A week later, he stood before a noisy classroom, silent amid the whispers around him. No one invited him to join a group. The feeling of isolation made him extremely frustrated and angry. The scene of him defeating enemies with overwhelming power flashed through his mind. Too strong for moderation. He blamed himself for lacking restraint and wondered if everyone was afraid of him. Suddenly his eyes lit up when he noticed someone else sitting alone in class. A red-haired girl sat quietly in the corner. He realized Chloe was also considered an outcast after that event. He approached to talk, and Chloe immediately cheerfully replied that she still had no companions. Chloe smiled brightly when she heard his concern, saying as long as Geometry was by her side, she was fine. He suggested Chloe form a group with him but still needed to find 3 more people for the test. Chloe immediately agreed enthusiastically without hesitation. He silently assessed Chloe as an extremely strong fighter. With his time limit, she was like 1,000 reinforcements. Suddenly Rachel appeared and loudly called Geometry, making him pale from inconvenience. He asked why she came, and Rachel casually replied she just wanted to come back to hang out. Chloe had a strange premonition, whispering as if possessed by a demon, signaling something big was coming, making him shiver. He asked Rachel to leave because he was busy while she wiped tears, wondering why Geometry was so cold. He asked not to be called Geometry, but Rachel pretended not to hear and continued teasing. Rachel feigned ignoring him and fell onto him, pretending to trip with a suspicious tone. She asked if Geometry had a group for the test yet, and he sighed, realizing she completely ignored his refusal. He intended to answer no, but Rachel joyfully interrupted, deciding for him entirely on her own. Rachel excitedly grabbed his hand and forcibly invited him. "Join my group." He repeated Rachel's words sarcastically and wearily, completely powerless in the situation. Rachel stepped close, her eyes shining with hearts, leaving him no way out. She grabbed his hand and declared, "Join my group," as if it was already decided. He pulled his hand back, confused, asking why she chose him when there was a long line of people ready to cooperate. Rachel excused the others as too boring and said he seemed interesting to take the test with. Geometry refused by reminding her he had already formed a group with Chloe, startling both Rachel and Chloe. Rachel acted unconcerned and quickly held up 2 fingers, saying the group still had 2 open spots. Geometry thought Rachel's actions would affect his score, but she still calmly pressured him to agree. He glanced at Chloe with a guilty look while the red-haired girl began clenching her hands with a cold gaze. Chloe stared silently, her eyes flashing an intense, unreadable determination. Geometry reluctantly accepted, and Rachel immediately registered them, smiling brightly as if everything was going according to plan. After agreeing, he immediately asked Rachel, "So who are the other members?" Rachel mentioned Leon, who was extremely famous, causing him to be shocked to the extreme. He almost screamed inside, unable to believe this was happening. Sitting alone, he fell into a desperate silence, unable to escape the awkward situation. He wondered what crime he had committed in a past life to deserve this fate. He found it absurd to constantly clash with female leads, even though he was just an ordinary person. He admitted he stood out and had met the girls a few times, but Leon was the main character. He worried the future would be chaotic and no matter what, the blame would fall on him. He had intended to change groups, but Rachel had secretly registered him before talking to him. Geometry was so angry that for the first time in his life he thought about wanting to hit a girl. Chloe suddenly appeared from behind, asking Geometry with concern mixed with a sharp gaze. Chloe almost slipped mentioning Rachel, then quickly changed her tone, saying Geometry hadn't looked well since Rachel left. Geometry was silent, then excused himself by saying he felt pressured having to take the test with the star class. Chloe comforted Geometry, affirming no one in the star class was stronger than him, making Geometry awkwardly thank her. Geometry reminded himself he couldn't abandon Chloe, the one he invited to cooperate, and realized he already had an ideal group for the test. He asked Chloe about the time and place of the upcoming group meeting. Chloe replied that Rachel had arranged for the group to meet at a cafe in the main building at 6 o'clock. And Geometry realized Chloe was calling Rachel the blonde girl. Chloe happily invited Geometry to the group meeting since it was almost time, and he smiled in agreement. The two entered the Starbucks cafe together and headed to the prearranged meeting room. A glass of avocado smoothie was placed heavily on the table, making a clear sound in the quiet space. Chloe enthusiastically praised the delicious drink while Geometry remained silent, awkwardly looking at the espresso in front of him. He silently cursed because the smoothie cost 50,000 won. Sipping espresso, he was outraged by the price. Geometry Ma spat out coffee in shock, his face twisted, while Chloe was surprised and didn't understand what happened. Chloe excitedly praised the cafe as wonderful. Geometry Ma tried to stay calm, telling himself to control his emotions because he was an adult. He complained that only espresso was under 10,001 but tasted terrible, regretting that his staff card couldn't be used here. Rachel kept texting to urge Geometry Ma while he still hadn't appeared, with chat app notifications popping up on his phone screen. Geometry Ma looked at the screen with exasperation at Rachel's nagging messages, then quietly replied that he was at the Starbucks meeting room. The door suddenly opened as Rachel entered smiling, holding a drink and cheerfully apologizing for being late, with Leon quietly following behind. Rachel casually asked if the group had been waiting long while Geometry Ma and Chloe had already been seated. Leon and Geometry Ma looked at each other tensely, their eyes meeting as if sizing up or measuring an opponent. An orange-haired male student suddenly appeared, causing Geometry Ma to turn around in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. The orange-haired student entered with a dazed look, scratching his shoulder, as if he didn't understand what was happening around him. Against two huge question marks, the orange-haired boy showed extreme confusion, not knowing why he was dragged into this group meeting. Geometry Ma suspiciously looked at the newcomer, wondering if he was a troublemaker. A blonde-haired student smiled and extended his hand, politely greeting Geometry Ma, leaving him stunned. Geometry Ma returned the handshake, coldly introducing himself as Kang Geometry Ma. The other said he was impressed with Geometry Ma in the subspace and felt reassured to be in the same test group, his voice mixing intelligence and class, making Geometry Ma ponder. The scene of two coffee cups being placed on the table signaled the group meeting was about to begin. The five sat around the table. Leon suggested everyone introduce themselves, with Chloe and Geometry Ma responding in unison. Leon introduced himself first, full name Leon Van Reinhardt, a star class student and the test group leader. Geometry Ma was stunned by Leon's radiant appearance, thinking everyone is equal was just empty talk. Image 1489. The blonde girl declared no need to introduce herself because everyone knew her, then passed the turn to someone else while nudging the orange-haired boy, annoying him. Image 1490. The orange-haired student introduced himself as a star class student, nicknamed Speed Weapon, and affirmed he liked heroes. Image 1491. His neck revealed a clear tattoo of the word hero, showing a deep obsession with the hero image. Image 1492. The male lead was amazed by the strange nickname Speed Weapon, thinking the name needed serious explanation and feeling his prejudice about hero fans shattered. Image 1493. Chloe introduced herself as a Wolf class student, coming here by Geometry Ma's invitation and showing obvious embarrassment when mentioning him. Image 1494. Rachel smiled mysteriously while repeatedly saying the nickname Geometry-kun, deliberately provoking Chloe with a suggestive tone. Image 1495. Chloe became angry, her eyes glowing with murderous intent, jealousy clearly flaring up at Rachel's teasing attitude. Image 1496. Chloe sighed, trying to suppress her emotions, and ended her introduction with a formal greeting, maintaining dignity in a tense situation. Students took turns introducing themselves at the cafe. Rachel and the orange-haired boy praised the blonde girl for her patient and clear introduction. Geometry Ma introduced his name and class, briefly saying he was in the same class as Chloe, creating an awkward atmosphere. When Geometry Ma finished his introduction, the group lightly applauded, but the atmosphere remained very awkward. Someone in the group started the meeting by lightly tapping the keyboard, signaling a shift to the main content. A 3D map rose from the device in the center of the table. The group was surprised as the meeting became serious and high-tech. The presenter explained that at noon, group leaders received a file from the teacher about the test location, Skopuli Island, covering 163.6 square kilometers. He continued to clarify that the group would be teleported via a subspace gate, but only the gate was subspace, the island was real. An image of the subspace gate appeared in a real setting, emphasizing that they could be truly harmed by monsters on the island. 1505. Leon operated the computer, projecting images onto a large screen, and announced he would zoom in on the map to show the mission area more clearly. 1506. He pointed to the map and explained their group was assigned to the northeastern coastal area, where 3 groups would hunt mermen on the island together. 1507. Rachel and the orange-haired student stood listening to the plan while Leon clarified that the number of mermen was limited and killing more was advantageous. 1508. Geometry Ma and Chloe listened attentively as Leon concluded that this exam's mission was to hunt mermen within set limits. 1509. Leon ended the presentation and closed his laptop after presenting all the content for the group meeting preparing for the test. 15:10. Leon asked if anyone had questions while the group sat silently around the meeting table with drinks and prepared materials. 15:11. The orange-haired student raised his hand to ask about the risks from Scopuli Island since there were mermen there. Leon reassured him that the instructor had prepared thoroughly, so there was nothing to worry about. 15:12. A shy female student asked if groups in the same area could ambush or fight each other, surprising the whole group. Leon declared the exam's goal was to eliminate monsters and any conflict between groups would lead to disqualification, emphasizing strict rules. Geometry Ma looked at Chloe, thinking she was an assassin even though she happily walked beside him. The meeting ended, everyone left excitedly, some even taking the chance to invite each other to eat. Leon packed up the materials, preparing to leave the meeting room silently. Geometry Ma realized only he and Leon remained in the room since he sat in the corner, feeling very awkward. He stood up intending to leave immediately to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. He spoke up to ask permission to leave, his expression tense and hesitant. Leon turned around in surprise when he heard Geometry Ma call, creating an unexpected face-to-face moment. A blonde student sat and asked directly, "Where are you from, Kang Geometry Ma?" causing Geometry Ma to turn around in surprise. Geometry Ma's eyes widened hearing Leon's question, while Leon looked straight at him with a calm but unreadable attitude. Geometry Ma looked down, eyes full of caution. He realized this question was unlike anything he had heard before. He thought he might have heard a similar question before, but this time it felt different, more probing than curious. Leon's eyes shone with a cold light, making Geometry Ma even more confused, unable to guess his true intent. Geometry Ma silently doubted, "Is he just asking about my background?" and broke into a sweat over the situation. He dismissed that hypothesis because Leon had the chance to ask during group introductions, but chose the moment when everyone else had left. Finally, Geometry Ma concluded, Leon must have a special reason for asking when only the two of them remain. A strange question arose, leaving Geometry Ma speechless, while Leon appeared embarrassed mentioning the similarity between them. Leon frankly expressed the feeling that Geometry Ma resembled him, something he couldn't stop thinking about. Geometry Ma was surprised and confused by that strange remark, his mind repeating the word resemble. In his thoughts, Geometry Ma affirmed he was Korean, despite this world being a mix of many cultures. Leon awkwardly asked Geometry Ma to pretend he hadn't heard anything, hiding a rare sincerity. Leon hurriedly left, leaving Geometry Ma standing dazed with countless unanswered thoughts. Geometry Ma suddenly grabbed Leon's hand, his eyes serious, and asked, "Where are you from?" Confused inside, Geometry Ma regretted his sudden action but knew that without finding the truth, he couldn't be at peace. A stranger grabbed Jianwu's hand and smiled, introducing himself, "Germany." He left immediately afterward, leaving Jianwu standing dumbfounded and suspicious. Jianwu wondered about the stranger, not understanding his intentions. He clapped his hands on the table to calm himself, but the uneasy feeling hadn't disappeared. Jianwu began to suspect he was overthinking. A strange thought sneaked into his mind. Could he also be from another world? Jianwu recalled there was no rule limiting only one person to be drawn into this game world. The main character even made more sense than a background character. He remembered clearly sensing everything when activating the Sword God's Blessing, showing his senses were unusually sharp. Geometry Ma tested the Sword God's Blessing by chanting over the wooden sword in his hand. When concentrating, he felt something familiar, recalling moments when he was manipulated like a puppet by someone. A voice rang out, Leon's existences of this world, leaving Geometry Ma shocked and with a severe headache. He realized activating this skill allowed him to hear a mysterious voice, but also caused pain beyond the pain immunity effect. Nevertheless, Geometry Ma affirmed that the Leon he met today was the same Leon from the game he once played, not an actor pretending. He wondered about Leon's strange question, who said Geometry Ma looked exactly like him, though the origin was unclear. Geometry Ma recalled Leon's words and felt the sentence implied something deeper than a mere coincidence. When searching the name Leon Van Reinhardt on the original world's wiki, Geometry Ma found no information confirming Leon never existed in the original script. Geometry Ma sighed, deciding this would be the last time he got involved with Leon, and if there were more troubles, he would leave for Medea. Medea scolded Geometry Ma for not visiting her recently and demanded he run away with her. Geometry Ma told himself to keep a clear mind, surprised that he remained calm despite being in a situation he would normally want to avoid. He suspected his calmness was due to the influence of the sword god's blessing enhancing both his body and mind. He felt he was steadily improving, his stamina increasing from training, and his weapon could be stronger if he obtained Murasame. Geometry-mon noticed his assimilation rate had significantly increased, nearing the threshold to unlock a hidden skill, and wondered if it was related to what he had experienced. He was frustrated because he couldn't fully understand the blessing system and couldn't ask anyone else about it. The system suddenly displayed a notification that the number of blessing activations was sufficient for adjustment, leaving Geometry-mon stunned. The skill Blessing of Painlessness was upgraded from 30 to 40 seconds, surprising and exciting Geometry-mon due to the clear improvement. The phrase "your labors have borne fruit" appeared as Geometry-mon achieved a training milestone. He took the wooden sword with satisfaction. Geometry-mon laughed as he felt the clear difference in the sword, his confidence overflowing for the upcoming exam. Time passed quickly. Geometry-mon diligently trained in his blue uniform, with the screen showing D5. D4. The group sat in a cafe laughing and chatting. Rachel and the orange-haired student teased, making Geometry-mon awkward while Chloe quietly observed. D3. Geometry-mon practiced swordsmanship with a red-haired girl, teaching and laughing happily in a relaxed training setting. D2. Rachel teased Geometry-mon closely, causing him to react sharply. Chloe stood angrily beside them with a murderous gaze, holding a glowing pen. D1. Geometry-mon leaned on the training floor, gripping his sword tightly with high determination, ready for the decisive exam day. A glowing gem fell rapidly from above to the ground, causing a shockwave. Geometry-mon unleashed a powerful strike with the wooden sword, knocking away an incoming water attack. He maintained a confident battle stance after countering, his eyes vigilant but resolute. Geometry-mon's face showed a light, confident smile as he sensed the fruits of his training. The midterm exam officially began with a subspace gate opening in the arena, attracting all students' attention. Geometry-mon stood watching the subspace gate appear before him, sensing a difference from the training space. He turned to call his teammates, signaling it was time to enter the gate. Geometry-mon's group gathered fully with Chloe, Rachel, Leon, and the orange-haired student, preparing to face the new challenge. Rachel sarcastically remarked that the person who often taught on time was late, confirmed as main DPS on the team chart beside her. Leon smiled calmly, welcoming the newcomer. He held the role of leader in the 5-person team. The orange-haired student, nicknamed Speed Weapon, held the support position, standing seriously as he received orders. Chloe greeted Geometry-mon cheerfully and was identified as sub-DPS, while a caption under the photo explained calling him Geometry-kun. Geometry-mon arrived late, apologized to the group, and was assigned as rearguard, the support position at the back of the formation. Geometry-mon was surprised by the members' equipment, noting Rachel possessed the S-rank Vermilion Phoenix halberd. Leon did not yet have Ba-mung, and Speed Weapon's gear was unclear. Geometry-mon was stunned to discover Speed Weapon's weapon was a recorder flute, wondering if it was really a combat device. Speed Weapon frowned, asking Geometry-mon what he was looking at, clearly annoyed by his suspicious gaze. The blonde girl revealed a rare S-rank healing support item, astonishing Geometry-mon as he realized it was extremely precious. A flute was revealed as an S-rank healing weapon, very hard to obtain even after spending tens of millions of won in the game, and its form also boosted stats. Geometry-mon marveled as he observed closely, causing the orange-haired student to step back in alarm and react sharply because he was too close. An announcement sounded, declaring the first-year midterm exam of 2034 officially started, immediately making the group tense. Students listened attentively to the reminder that the exam was about to begin, all appearing prepared. The instructor stated he would not elaborate on rules since everyone knew them and warned students to retreat if in danger. He emphasized they were still trainees, not heroes, and reminded them not to be reckless to accumulate points, also instructing how to contact trainers if needed. Leon reminded the group to prepare as the time was near, advising everyone to stay calm and do their best before the exam. The group gathered fully at the arena, eyes focused forward, waiting for the start signal. Geometry-mon seriously thought to himself that finally, it was time to begin. Chloe bowed her head worriedly. Geometry-mon noticed her unease and gently asked about it. Chloe confessed she suddenly felt uneasy, recalling the possibility of mermen appearing on Scopuli Island. Geometry-mon reassured Chloe that the teacher had thoroughly checked everything, so there was nothing to worry about. Chloe recalled that in Sicily, mermen had appeared causing great damage, and rumors persisted despite the treaty with the Demon Clan. A tall instructor loudly ordered students to enter the subspace gate opening behind them. The gate began operating. Geometry-mon placed his hand on Chloe's head, gently telling her to step forward together, and she nodded trustingly. Chloe smiled lightly, reassuring herself there was no need to worry because Geometry-kun was beside her. The five-person group stepped forward determinedly. Chloe stood beside Geometry Ma while Leon led with a shining sword. Chloe heard Geometry Ma's call echoing in her mind. She was confused as if losing connection with reality. Geometry Ma anxiously shook Chloe when he saw her dazed. Chloe was shocked realizing she had just lost focus for a moment. As Chloe froze, the group panicked because they couldn't contact the instructor due to being trapped in a cave and losing signal. A horrifying scene appeared with blood spilled beside a corpse, leaving Chloe stunned and confused about what was happening. A strange creature appeared amid swirling water with the words "a mermaid" displayed as a chilling warning. The group was stunned watching the merman emerge from a glowing red crack. Chloe stood in the center ready to confront. Before the merman appeared, Geometry Ma's group was teleported to Scopuli Island and immediately vomited from space sickness. Chloe and the orange-haired student collapsed from dizziness. Leon staggered to his feet while Geometry Ma silently observed. Leon noted Geometry Ma seemed better. Geometry Ma explained he rarely got motion sickness, but Leon thought this was more than just motion sickness. A small merman suddenly appeared from the forest, its strange form astonishing the group. Geometry Ma was stunned, unable to believe the creature before him was a real merman. The merman ran off quickly, leaving Geometry Ma wondering why it was so small. Geometry Ma felt he was taking things too seriously by drawing his weapon ready to fight a harmless creature. Leon reassured him that only adult mermen counted for points. The small creature just now did not count in the exam. The students landed on the beach. The leader ordered them to advance toward the area Chloe was scouting. The group consisting of Geometry Ma, the orange-haired student, Leon, and the blonde girl moved in a single file into the forest. Leon went ahead, pulling branches aside and reminding Geometry Ma to be careful, creating a brief moment of interaction between the two. Geometry Ma suddenly sensed something unusual ahead, his expression changing seriously. The group stopped upon discovering suspicious traces. Leon said this seemed to be the place they needed to reach. A red-haired girl suddenly appeared, moving through the air among the tree branches, landing beside the group with a cold expression. Geometry Ma was amazed to see the red-haired girl moving through the forest. She calmly confirmed she did so to hide more easily. Leon smiled and asked about Chloe's scouting situation, calling her name familiarly. Chloe alarmedly reported the presence of something suspicious ahead. The group advanced toward a large cave 500 meters away. Inside it seemed to harbor danger. In the darkness of the cave, dozens of glowing eyes signaled creatures gathering. A number of D-rank mermen gathered around a fire, making strange glub sounds. Leon identified about 50 to 60 mermen inside the cave. The group fell silent to consider. The protagonist weighed the high rewards if they defeated the mermen against the risk of losing contact with the instructor. The difficult situation made the group look to Leon, the team leader, for a decision. In the tactical plan, Chloe was responsible for scouting, while Speedweapon handled support and healing in the rear. The orange-haired boy got angry because Geometry Ma did not appreciate the healing role, shouting that saving people was fundamental to being a hero. Leon thoughtfully called Geometry Ma's name, drawing the group's attention to the next role in the plan. Leon assigned Geometry Ma to defend the rear to guard against surprise attacks, making Geometry Ma secretly delighted. Leon declared he would command from the center to avoid chaos and was ready to fight if necessary, showing proactive and strategic consideration. Rachel asked blankly about her mission, her eyes showing a mix of anticipation and doubt. Leon looked at Rachel and began answering calmly but with implication, making her curious. Leon's eyes gleamed sharply, showing he had decided Rachel's role. Geometry Ma realized Leon had made a clear decision and silently accepted it. Geometry Ma called Rachel, who immediately delivered a deadly kick to a yellow-haired male student bowing motionless. Rachel's attack was blocked mid-air by a purple-sleeved arm with obvious suppressive strength. Rachel was violently thrown off her attack position, her body uncontrolled in mid-air. The strike created a long streak like lightning, sending Rachel through the forest and plunging her into the ground. Rachel fell into the middle of a group of D-rank mermen, causing a strong explosion that scattered them in all directions. The remaining mermen were stunned, not understanding what had just happened when a sudden thunderclap sounded above them. Rachel hovered in midair with eyes blazing with rage, her whole body ready to continue attacking. A spear descended from above, startling the mermen below into extreme panic. A creature with glowing purple eyes and an evil smile swung its arm as if initiating a deadly attack. Leon rushed into the merman horde, rescuing Rachel from encirclement with an explosive light strike. The monsters continued to charge fiercely, but Leon's reminder echoed in Rachel's mind. Leon smiled confidently. Rachel, destroy them all. You can do it, right? Rachel stood up, her eyes determined and spirit blazing. Bien, sir. She was ready to crush everything. Another boy drew a flute from behind his back, preparing to join the battle. He played a magical melody that spread through the space, causing the monster fish to panic and retreat. Rachel charged into the midst of the horde, counting each monster she killed with her flaming spear and ruthless coldness. In the fierce whirlwind attack, Chloe counted each monster defeated as if it were a game. The grand revolver strike sliced through the entire group of demon fish, raising the total to 24. Chloe excitedly thanked her weapon for the blessing and finished with the 25th strike. Geometryma's group stood watching, amazed by the overwhelming display. Rachel summoned the power of the blessing of the fairy from her glowing sword. Light surrounded Rachel as she prepared to unleash a devastating move. A powerful attack was launched, tearing apart everything in front of Rachel. Rachel calmly confirmed the result. 8 monsters were destroyed in an instant. Abel knelt down, preparing his sword stance as 2 fierce D-rank mermen charged from above. She swung her sword swiftly, cutting both monsters in half in one motion, ending the attack wave with the count 10. The battle continued, fiery and violent scenes spreading as students defeated monsters rapidly, counting up to 43, 45. Jianwu and Leon looked up in surprise at the rapid sounds coming from afar, their faces showing clear astonishment. One person wondered why the enemy hadn't slowed down, while another suddenly realized something, eyes wide with horror. Rachel and Abel stared at each other amid the shaking scene, both accelerating to confront the giant enemy that had just appeared. A giant deformed merman crashed to the ground, causing a large explosion. Rachel and Abel attacked from 2 sides. Both charged fiercely at the giant monster, weapons ready to deliver decisive blows. They engaged in a fierce battle, red and yellow sword lights clashing violently amid waves of power. As the monster lunged, they combined forces to cleave it in 2, creating a cut dividing light and shadow. Rachel smiled delightedly, praising the red-haired boy's increasing speed, while he declared the last monster was his kill. Rachel responded encouragingly, calling him Blondie, as they both continued charging into battle. Geometryma observed from afar, breathing a sigh of relief as his initial worries did not materialize. Leon appeared, creating a sword aura to block the monster's path, leaving Geometryma stunned. Leon reassured Geometryma, saying he had worried too much about Rachel and the red-haired student, but it turned out to be unnecessary. The group regrouped after the battle. Rachel declared 60 monsters had been defeated, emphasizing trust in teammates. After completing the mission, Leon smiled and suggested leaving, while Geometryma responded hesitantly. Geometryma silently admired Leon's decisiveness and leadership, acknowledging him as the soul of the group and making this world feel more real than ever. Geometryma reconsidered Leon, thinking his earlier question about Geometryma's origin was just normal curiosity. As Geometryma prepared to check something else, he stood before a gate of light with a contemplative expression. Suddenly, Geometryma and Leon were both pulled down into a deep abyss for unknown reasons, unable to react in time. Leon was suddenly stabbed severely while falling, shocking the others to the extreme. The scene left Geometryma stunned, eyes wide as he realized something unusual was happening. A strange creature suddenly appeared before Geometryma, emitting fierce sounds that astonished him. A bizarre creature abruptly surfaced from the water in the exam arena, causing the group of students to panic and call for Leon. It was the Demonoid Mermaid, a demonic creature with a dark body glowing with purple cracks, radiating deadly power. Rachel was horrified upon confirming it was a mermaid, a monster that should not have appeared in the exam, raising doubts about whether everything had been properly checked beforehand. The black-haired student silently cursed the situation, quickly assessing that escape would be difficult with Leon injured. He proposed reporting the mermaid's appearance to the proctor, but all communications were blocked. There was no signal. He discovered all external communications had been cut off and that he was the only one remaining calm in this chaotic situation. He immediately commanded Rachel to defend and asked Speed Weapon to use all his healing skills to save Leon. When called, Chloe immediately responded anxiously, ready to carry out the next order in this life-or-death situation. Geometryma ordered Chloe to retreat, save the other trainees, and report to the instructor, as it was impossible to carry Leon and retreat safely at the same time. Chloe hesitated for a moment but obeyed Geometryma, deciding to leave immediately to follow the directive. Chloe left the battlefield, leaving Geometryma alone to face the approaching threat. Rachel and Weapon were astonished to see Geometry-ma acting alone, hurriedly questioning him about the next plan. Geometry-ma assigned the task of eliminating the mermen to Rachel and Weapon while he advanced toward the boiling water surface. With cold eyes, Geometry-ma declared he was not interested in the small fish. He drew his weapon, stating that fighting the big fish was his specialty, surprising his teammates behind him. A flashback showed Geometry-ma once defeated the protagonist with a single normal attack, illustrating the power gap between humans and demons. Even with the sword god's blessing, he was unsure of victory, especially when facing a magic-using demon that in the game required a whole team. Being forced to solo a boss that normally needed a raid group made him curse under his breath in this desperate situation. He knew he couldn't retreat nor wait for Chloe, who would take about 10 minutes to return with support. Faced with the demon fish's glowing magical eyes, he had only one choice to survive. He decided to defeat that ugly fish within 40 seconds, even if it sounded crazy. Activating the sword god's blessing, he smiled coldly, ready to turn the enemy into authentic sashimi. A blonde girl appeared, slashing fiercely with a blazing light, signaling the battle was entering its decisive phase. The giant fish roared violently, revealing sharp teeth, reacting to the sudden attack. Rachel was suddenly attacked by a merman monster, nearly bitten if she hadn't raised her weapon in time to block. She stood up, tensed, and shouted loudly, using her spear to push back two large fish-headed monsters closing in. Rachel gripped her spear tightly, energy flaring up, her eyes becoming fierce. With a burst of power, Rachel shouted off and delivered a critical blow that sent the monsters flying backward. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, Rachel stood in the battlefield with her weapon still in hand, her gaze never lowering vigilance. An orange-haired student witnessed everything from afar, admiring Rachel's displayed strength and wishing to bless her. However, that person was focusing all his power on healing Leon's severe wounds, unable to assist Rachel further. The orange-haired student swallowed nervously, telling himself that although he knew Geometry-ma was very strong from their previous fight, Rachel was now equally formidable. Geometry-ma faced a dangerously magical creature hovering in the air, his eyes cold and dagger ready in hand. A panicked orange-haired student observed from afar, feeling immense pressure and doubting whether he should stop Geometry-ma. The mermaid shouted Geometry-ma's name threateningly, its twisted eyes and smile showing bloodlust. The mermaid launched a fierce attack with a giant water blade, overwhelming the surrounding space with its momentum. Geometry-ma immediately reacted, narrowly dodging with a slide along the ground, his eyes determined and focused. He analyzed the mermaid as a demonoid specializing in long-range water magic attacks and cautiously planned his counterattack. Unable to use magic himself, Geometry-ma regarded his opponent as just a flesh-and-blood fish ready to use pure strength to defeat it. Geometry-ma leapt straight toward the target, ready to attack despite the overwhelming magical power before him. Geometry-ma launched a sudden slash accompanied by the command, and cut, leaving the opponent horrified and unable to react. Geometry-ma's swift attack pierced through the monster, leaving a powerful cut as it gradually vanished. The monster was violently thrown to the ground, leaving a giant blue light pillar in the battlefield, astonishing Speed Weapon greatly. Speed Weapon stood speechless watching the monster being thrown away, his eyes showing shock and worry. Despite the direct attack, the monster survived, its eyes burning with rage and power as it charged at Geometry-ma again. It roared angrily and attacked again, but Geometry-ma responded with an extremely fast and decisive sword move. Geometry-ma landed forcefully after the strike, his eyes cold and ready for the next battle. However, he realized the cut wasn't deep enough to finish the opponent, silently cursing that he couldn't end it immediately. Geometry-ma delivered a powerful downward sword strike into the water, causing a fierce explosion that shook the entire area. He confirmed that the monster was indeed a mermaid, and predicting its movements was extremely difficult. Geometry-ma speculated it deliberately targeted the wounded, and while planning a counter, someone called him back. He turned to see the orange-haired student with a flute and Leon being healed by recovery magic. Leon, though injured, remained silent as healing light emanated from his body. Geometry-ma turned to ask the flute-playing friend if he was okay, his tone softening somewhat. The orange-haired friend was embarrassed by the unexpected concern, stammering that he was fine. Geometry-ma turned away, leaving a trusting remark, "I'm counting on you, hero." Seeing the brave fight before him, the orange-haired student was stunned, his trembling eyes following the figure battling monsters in the night. His gaze hardened as he whispered from his heart, "Hero," a burning admiration ignited within him. Previously, he had excitedly spoken about heroic ideals, justice, courage, sacrifice for others, and the ability to turn despair into hope. Even after entering the world's most prestigious hero training academy, He had never met anyone embodying true heroic spirit. Therefore, he chose to join Rachel's group, one structured to fit his support role. In that group, he hoped to find the true hero in Leon. Jianwu, who heard this story, silently admitted that what he said was completely true. When Jianwu asked why he suddenly fell silent, he frankly refused to acknowledge him as a hero, though praising Jianwu's strength. Because to him, being a hero was more than just being strong. Seeing Geometry Ma shine on the battlefield, the orange-haired student gritted his teeth and spoke bitterly. The merman monster roared, its body covered in purple energy, summoning a swarm of energy fish from its legs. The energy fish army roared and charged like a pack of fierce predators toward the enemy. From the monster's body, streams of magical fish energy shot out continuously, blasting into the air with destructive force. Geometry Ma leapt to avoid the attack. Purple fish energy tore through the air, rushing straight at him. He dodged swiftly, noting the attack was somewhat slow, showing clear confidence. But then he was shocked to see the energy fish change direction, pursuing him. The merman monster screamed wildly, its eyes glowing brightly as it prepared to launch the next attack. A diagonal X-shaped cut appeared across the stone wall, light flashing to signal a swift attack. Geometry Ma burst out from the broken wall, passing through shattered rocks amid purple and electric blue light. Geometry Ma continued moving through a rain of purple magical attacks, dodging flexibly while gripping his twin daggers tightly. The purple-skinned monster reached out, firing magic toward Geometry Ma, who was moving quickly at a distance. The monster curled its lips into a smile, its eyes gleaming with delight as it watched Geometry Ma evade the previous attack. It swung its arm to launch the next attack with a joyful expression, roaring in pleasure as it pressured its prey. Rachel shouted in panic, "Weapon!" while the orange-haired student Spee Weapon hurriedly raised his flute to his mouth, preparing to engage. The attacker was a demonoid with spiked hair and a body glowing with purple magical energy, ready to finish off anyone. The orange-haired student was horrified to realize he was the target of the attack from the start. A red-haired female student launched a powerful spell directly at the opponent midair. Kang Geometry Ma was dissatisfied with his light attack, blaming himself for its ineffectiveness. The merman monster counterattacked with magic, charging dark energy into its hand before unleashing a destructive beam. The attack struck the ground, causing a violent explosion that shattered rocks everywhere. A massive energy beam pierced through the mountain, destroying the terrain with tremendous power. The monster roared angrily, its eyes blazing as it prepared to charge at the enemy. It dashed forward at incredible speed, carrying a brilliant magical light that shattered the surrounding scenery. A blue-haired student called out in alarm for Instructor Kim, who turned around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Both stood before the large mountain. The student recounted a roaring sound accompanied by dazzling light before seeing Instructor Kim appear. Rain began to fall, and both looked up at the sky as the atmosphere grew tense and uncertain. The student suggested helping the injured, but Instructor Kim explained that the thunder and light might just be caused by the storm. Instructor Kim insisted they needed to return to the academy immediately, revealing worry behind a half-smile. The heavy rain caused the large mountain to crack, revealing unusual signs as if something was about to awaken. Inside a brightly lit cave, Spee Weapon stood guard before Leon, light shining down in an unusually silent scene. A school of demon fish with glowing eyes noticed someone, looking startled and wary of some impending horror. Rachel was surprised to see the merman monsters suddenly retreat from the battle. In the collapsing space, students took positions with light illuminating the chaotic situation around the lake. Geometry Ma blamed himself for the finishing blow not being strong enough, attributing it to psychological effects from Leon, concluding the mermaid was still alive. The pile of rubble suddenly exploded violently, purple magical light bursting from below. Geometry Ma coldly confirmed his prediction, knowing the mermaid could not die so easily. The mermaid revived in a crazed and more terrifying form, leaping up from the abyss to attack Geometry Ma. Geometry Ma threw off his cloak, called Rachel, and told her to watch Weapon and Leon once he dealt with the fish. Rachel nodded anxiously while the orange-haired student continued playing his flute with a serious expression. The orange-haired student was amazed to see Geometry Ma confront the demon directly, gradually realizing this might be the start of a legend. Geometry Ma gripped his sword tightly, affirming he could now focus and would fully utilize the 10 seconds ahead to make up for lost time. The demon roared furiously, its face twisted and eyes blazing purple fire, showing madness as it prepared to charge. Geometry Ma faced the enemy descending from above, unflinching and challenging. "Come here." He closed his eyes as if to concentrate all his will into a decisive moment of survival. Geometry Ma's eyes flared intensely as they opened, cold and determined, signaling the counterattack was about to begin. Geometry Ma swung his twin swords, launching himself amid blazing red light, determined to cut down everything in his path. A red-haired girl was rushing through the forest at night, seemingly running toward where Geometry Ma was fighting. The red-haired girl ran with all her strength through the night forest, determined to speed up despite exhaustion, not allowing herself to stop even for a second. She dashed through the dense forest, fighting fiercely amid purple light, her eyes resolute as if all pain was burned away by her will. Though her legs ached as if about to break, she gritted her teeth and endured, ready to use even her blessing skills just to keep running. She was in pain to the point of tears, but was shocked that Geometry-kun could fight tirelessly amid such a fierce battle. Geometry Ma stood before the radiant gate of light, calmly ordering Chloe to contact the instructor, ready to face the danger ahead. The red-haired girl recalled that Geometry Ma was the strongest person she had ever met, but always avoided drawing his sword unless there was truly no other choice. She remembered the times Geometry Ma chose not to fight, always cautious and only drawing his blade when unavoidable, as now. Before the fierce light and rain of magic, Geometry Ma drew his blade, ready to fight to the end when all other paths were blocked. The red-haired girl believed Geometry-kun had made the right choice, but still blamed herself for not being strong enough to change the outcome against the mermaid. She turned back in horror when she saw a large explosion from the mountain peak, her panicked face unable to hide her worry. She exclaimed suspiciously upon realizing it was an explosion, her heart filled with unspeakable anxiety. The rain poured down heavily. The girl pressed her lips tightly, desperately praying that Geometry-kun was still alive, her eyes full of unease and worry. The support rope suddenly snapped. She fell down the mountainside, her face panicked and hands reaching out desperately in the pouring rain. Against a bright white background, she launched herself toward the abyss, determined and reckless. She landed on her left heel with a strong stomp, ready to stand up and keep moving forward. Though her body was exhausted, the girl ran with all her strength in the rain, telling herself not to collapse or stop now. Chloe gasped for breath in the rain, her eyes panicked as she tried to find someone amid the gloomy scene. She shouted desperately for help, tears mixing with rain, her calls lost in the cold forest. A flash of light startled Chloe, tears still streaming down her shocked face. Chloe sensed something near her, but her chaotic senses prevented her from clearly identifying it. She confirmed her intuition. The mermen were hiding in the shadows, silently stalking. Chloe screamed in panic, intending to warn others, but as she turned, the horrifying truth was already close. In a tense moment, Chloe lunged to attack the newcomer but was quickly blocked. Chloe was stunned as she clearly saw her opponent, realizing she was mistaken, her eyes wide in shock. In the rain, Abel stared ahead with a surprised and tense expression, as if he had just discovered something serious. Abel drew his sword defensively while Chloe suddenly swooped down from above, crying and apologizing for being glad to see someone alive. Chloe collapsed on the ground amid the gloomy rain scene. Abel stood silently observing, surrounded by many injured or dazed students. Other students were horrified upon discovering the merman monster's corpse, suspecting a surprise attack while Chloe writhed on the ground. A student shouted at Chloe that she was crazy and told her to stand up. Meanwhile, Abel silently watched, no one knowing what she was thinking. Abel was shocked as memories of Chloe flooded back. He heard a voice in his mind telling him to stop because this girl looked familiar. Tears mixed with rain, Chloe begged for help, trembling as she called Geometry Ma's name and tried to say something important about him. Against the rainy sky, the Academy's logo appeared among the trees, while the group of students stood silently before a motionless body on the ground. The midterm exam entered Chapter 20. Beginning with Speedweapon's stunned emotions as he witnessed an unimaginable scene. Speedweapon thought Geometry Ma looked like a seasoned chef filleting a live fish on a cutting board with extraordinary skill. Geometry Ma not only fought the demonoid but completely overwhelmed it with superior combat skills. Speedweapon believed the scene before him would be etched into his memory for the rest of his life. Without needing the speed of a space battle, Geometry Ma used precise techniques to counterattack and close in. Geometry Ma unleashed a slash, the sharp blade cutting the monster in half with unstoppable force. A simple cut produced a clear result. The monster's body shattered into many pieces. Speedweapon and Rachel stood stunned watching the battle, both speechless before Geometry Ma's power. Rachel, heir of the Spear clan, though raised among the strong, had never seen anything so terrifying. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Rachel immediately warned Speedweapon as she saw the mermaid begin to act. Rachel shouted "Weapon," then turned to push Speedweapon out of danger in an instant. Rachel did not hesitate to risk herself, kicking Speedweapon away to save him from a fatal blow. After saving him, Rachel angrily scolded Speedweapon for his careless near-death moment. As they both fell, they noticed the ground shaking, signaling something was about to happen. Speed Weapon was shocked to realize the surroundings had completely changed and the opponent was a demonoid using magic. Speed Weapon worried because magic counters weapons, and although Geometry Ma had the advantage, he could still be in danger if the enemy unleashed a stronger attack. Geometry Ma faced a type of magic seemingly impossible to counter, sweat dripping as he felt the pressure. Amid heavy rain, Geometry Ma gripped his light sword tightly, ready to fight. The mermaid screamed wildly, its fierce face revealing killing intent, eyes glowing with eerie purple light. The mermaid raised its hand, charging the tidal squall spell, emitting a furious purple energy beam. The arena scene revealed Geometry Ma and the mermaid facing off amid water and shattered rocks, thunder roaring. The mermaid's spell shattered the ground, creating a tremendous force pressing toward Geometry Ma holding his ground. The mermaid dashed like lightning, magical light surrounding it, unleashing a finishing strike with relentless killing intent. The sky was torn apart by numerous purple energy beams. Geometry Ma dodged under a rain of deadly attacks. Geometry Ma dashed through a barrage of purple energy blades, his figure swift, determined, and precise. He leaned to dodge each magical beam raining down, spinning his sword to break the attacks. Close-up of Geometry Ma's cold eyes as he noticed purple energy clinging to his blade. He leapt off a cliff, swinging a curved slash. Blue light from his sword broke through the dense formation. Geometry Ma swung his sword to close in on the monster, launching a counterattack as it descended from above. Close-up of the mermaid's panicked face as it was ambushed by overwhelming speed and power. Geometry Ma swung heavily at the opponent, eyes blazing, body full of killing intent. The mermaid screamed madly in midair as a giant sword aura streaked across the sky. Geometry Ma opened his eyes with fury, sensing something unusual happening right before him. Two giant merman monsters and a strange figure appeared, leaving both Geometry Ma and the red-haired girl stunned. The enemy revealed a fierce face with a sharp-toothed smile, signaling a nightmare about to awaken. The demonoid tore out a glowing heart from its victim's body, scattering blood and purple magic throughout the space. The heart glowed brightly in his hand. Dark light spread as his body brimmed with deadly energy. He charged at Geometry Ma, mouth wide as if to swallow the glowing energy orb between them. Speed Weapon panicked, shouting for Geometry Ma to get out of the way. Rachel stood beside him, also horrified by the scene. Geometry Ma stared directly at the monster, despairingly realizing he could not dodge the attack, his eyes reflecting helplessness and destructive light. Geometry Ma stood alone amid a sea of water and a vast white void, above him a pale blue sky with two vague lights seemingly watching. Geometry Ma turned toward the strange light above, confused and contemplative as he sensed something unusual was happening. The water beneath Geometry Ma's feet suddenly swirled, a blue energy radiating around his feet, leaving him stunned. He bent down to scoop water into his hands, the light reflecting from the surface making everything shimmer strangely. Geometry Ma suddenly froze, his eyes suspiciously fixed on his palm as he sensed something was wrong. A streak of red and blue light split the space in two. Geometry Ma stood at the intersection as if opening a different gateway. He looked up, eyes wide with amazement, his whole body enveloped in blazing red light and an undefined, powerful aura. A distorted text appeared, "If you slice," and Geometry Ma emotionally whispered, "I did." In the deep darkness, glowing red eyes appeared. Geometry Ma saw himself, tears mingling with painful enlightenment. Geometry Ma drew his blade and pressed it against his neck, eyes unwavering, preparing for a decisive, pivotal action. Without hesitation, Geometry Ma raised his weapon high, his stance resolute, ready to strike down to end a part of himself. A powerful slash was unleashed. Geometry Ma leapt through the white void, blood petals scattering in the air. The scene returned to reality. Geometry Ma faced a giant black creature amid a basin of pouring rain and red light, slashing across the sky. On the devastated ground, a monologue echoed, "I have cut through," marking the moment Geometry Ma surpassed his own limits. The rain poured down heavily, blood spreading at the feet, the cold blade ready to finish off the fallen one. The severely wounded man lay motionless on the ground, his face showing resignation. The young man with icy eyes, holding a knife, looked down silently and coldly at the defeated opponent. The young man's face revealed inner turmoil, his eyes teary amid the heavy rain. The defeated one tried to speak weakly, his voice broken in his dying moments. Two companions stood behind, their faces tense as they witnessed the brutal scene. The enemy was thrown far away, his body curled in midair like a helpless shadow. The young man stood silently on the cliff, watching the enemy fall into the deep ravine in the pouring rain. The solemn gaze of the orange-haired friend reflected shock mixed with an unspeakable silence. The victorious young man stood amid the freezing rain, quietly facing the rock before him. A freshman had defeated a demonoid alone without any help. Two teammates stood silently, their eyes filled with doubt and surprise fixed on that resilient figure. Blood spurted violently on the white ground, the silence torn apart by a sudden bloody cough. He knelt down, clutching a deep wound tightly, blood continuously flowing at his feet, the knife falling onto the cold ground. Both rushed toward Geometry, calling out anxiously upon seeing him collapse among the corpses of classmates. Leon survived by luck. The orange-haired boy sighed in relief when he saw his friend struggling to sit up. The orange-haired boy suddenly startled upon noticing something approaching in the rain. With a tense face, he suspected that the escaped merfolk group had returned here. The entrance light appeared and the newly arrived group made him immediately turn back alertly. Recognizing that his teammates had returned safely, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered softly in the cold rain. A group of students entered the blood-soaked scene, some shocked, others panicked. Everyone froze upon witnessing scattered bodies and a girl holding Geometry in painful embrace. The trembling girl hugged Geometry, trying to understand why a merfolk appeared here amid the ruins. Collapsed in the arms of teammates, Geometry was called by name amid choked sobs in the heavy rain. The blue-haired girl glanced with confusion, questioning the intimacy between Geometry and the other girl. Seeing Geometry being held tightly, two nearby people also felt confused and silently observed. The blonde boy sneered mockingly upon seeing his exhausted teammate while the captain remained unharmed. The blue-haired girl muttered about strange luck, then reported having contacted the academy. The instructor would arrive in an hour. She stepped into the devastated scene, seriously asking what had really happened here. The orange-haired boy was angry, thinking about how the instructor had previously explored this island without warning them. The blue-haired girl sternly urged, "Understood. Now explain." The orange-haired boy reacted sharply, feeling ordered around while she irritably insisted it was just a request. The orange-haired boy smirked, saying that even if no one believed it, they should listen because explaining was his specialty. The blue-haired girl questioned again, finding it hard to believe a merfolk suddenly appeared and Geometry defeated it alone. He confirmed nonchalantly, "Well, what else could it be?" leaving the girl speechless. She began to consider, finding it hard to believe a freshman could single-handedly kill a demonoid appearing out of nowhere. Memories of stories her grandfather told when she was young made more sense than this, but reality showed otherwise. She could not think of any reason to fabricate such a story when the entire scene confirmed it. Though absurd, the story carried the aura of a living legend coming to life, forcing her to accept it. Born from the heroic lineage of Joaquin and his disciple Aaron, she was considered to carry a special bloodline from birth. The blue-haired girl comes from a rare lineage but always strives to prove her talent beyond the shadow of her heritage. She persistently affirms herself through her abilities, refusing to let her ancestors' reputation overshadow her own identity. She has come very far, yet the gap between her and Geometry is absurdly large. Amid admiration, fear, and doubt, she begins to question whether she has been ordinary from the start. She suggests that her teammates use blessings to heal Geometry, who is on the verge of death. Geometry, her peer, fought alone against the demonoid and won despite being close to death. The blue-haired girl silently sighed, her face full of contemplation as she watched Geometry being treated. The orange-haired boy asked again about contacting the academy. The blue-haired girl confirmed briefly amid the heavy rain. The blue-haired girl proposed not reporting details to the instructor, causing suspicion in the orange-haired boy and Geometry. She confirmed, indicating she had noticed something unusual in the instructor's words. She was pensive, her eyes showing suspicion as if considering the possibility that something was being hidden. Weapon looked down at his injured friend, beginning his speculation in a cautious tone. Geometry stood in the rain, guessing that Weapon suspected there was a demon faction spy within the academy. Both the orange-haired and blue-haired remained silent, their faces revealing suspicion mixed with caution. The orange-haired boy clarified that he did not mean that but did not rule out the possibility that it was true. Geometry listened silently, his face serious amid the heavy rain. This cave was too obvious to ignore, and his speed Weapon said, without Kang Geometry, Leon's group would have been wiped out by the demonoid. The biggest question arose: how could this happen under such circumstances? During 700 years of peace treaty, although there were minor conflicts, demons never dared touch Joaquin's academy because it would be a cause for war. Abel was stunned as a terrifying possibility appeared before her eyes. Leon played the rational role, preventing Abel from overthinking, though he understood well what she was thinking. Leon admitted that suspecting a mole was reasonable but still too early to conclude anything. Leon suggested unifying their testimonies because if there really was a mole, Geometry Ma would be targeted. Leon agreed, though he did not support hiding this matter. He was still worried about Geometry Ma's safety. Geometry Ma agreed to keep the incident secret because what he had received from them was too great. The blonde girl with a high ponytail looked at him in surprise, not understanding why Geometry Ma would do that. Abel suggested Geometry Ma should try meeting her grandfather to talk first. Everyone was astonished upon hearing the name Sword Emperor. The morning brightened, the academy appeared under the brilliant sunlight after the rain. The white curtain fluttered in the morning light, a new day began. Geometry Ma woke up in the hospital, silently observing the room. He sat up, confusedly murmuring, "This is a hospital." He raised his hands silently, clearly feeling that life still persisted. Geometry Ma opened his eyes to the ceiling, murmuring to confirm that he was still alive. Geometry Ma recalled the moment the mermaid cast a magic orb before dying, unable to evade it. Although he could not avoid it, he managed to clearly see the path of the magic. He sliced straight with his sashimi knife, splitting the magic orb in two before it exploded. It was water. Geometry Ma thought about the strange feeling after activating the sword god's blessing. An information panel appeared, showing that the blessing had increased Geometry Ma's physical and mental endurance and unlocked a new assimilation condition. He realized that the increased mental endurance made him no longer afraid when facing the mermaid. Geometry Ma touched the glowing interface, preparing to complete the assimilation process. Assimilation rate rose to 7.2%, part of the text was decoded and the next condition would unlock at 15%. Geometry Ma guessed that decoding happened as he traced the path of the mermaid's magic. A voice sounded. Then the director rushed into the room and embraced Geometry Ma emotionally. She burst into tears out of worry for Geometry Ma and anger at the trainers who had explored that area. Geometry Ma gasped, pleading with the director to let go, his eyes tired and desperate. The director apologized for being overly excited, then fumbled to find something in her space pouch. Geometry Ma was surprised to realize it was a space pouch, and the director exclaimed she had found what she needed. The blue-haired director handed Geometry Ma the midterm reward, the Murasame sword, gleaming coldly as it was drawn from its sheath. Geometry Ma looked at the sword in amazement, his eyes revealing surprise at the unexpected gift. Murasame was identified by the system as a Japanese sword, grade B, level 25, with an attack stat of 1670, bearing a blade sharp as morning dew. The director presented the sword to Geometry Ma in the hospital room, expressing hope that he would like the gift despite not being able to officially award it. She fell silent briefly upon seeing the shadow of a man standing just behind the slightly open door. She loudly called him in, teasing him as a timid old man, her tone relaxed and familiar. The man who entered was an old white-haired gentleman. He called her Medea and reminded her that he disliked that nickname. The two stood by Geometry Ma's bed. The old man scolded while she pouted, making the atmosphere more humorous. Geometry Ma was surprised to see the Sword Emperor appear, sensing a strange familiarity as if he had experienced this before. Medea quietly said she had heard everything from Geometry Ma's teammates and, on behalf of Joaquin Academy, wanted to clarify one thing. Bowing before Geometry Ma, Medea sincerely apologized for what happened during the midterm, leaving him speechless. Medea admitted the academy must take responsibility for the entire disaster during the midterm, which caused heavy losses to the students. Geometry Ma spoke up, affirming that not only his group but everyone nearly lost their lives in that event. Medea introduced herself fully as Medea Poison and swore on the honor of Joaquin Academy's director to investigate the truth thoroughly. The Sword Emperor spoke seriously, acknowledging Geometry Ma's merit in saving the students from disaster. Geometry Ma sat pensively amid the sunset light filtering through the window, silent before the acknowledgments and commitments just made. Geometry Ma humbly responded to the thanks, saying he only did what he could. Medea seriously affirmed that Geometry Ma's actions were extraordinary, but the matter must remain confidential until the truth was found. She admitted as director that the one behind the midterm tragedy might be hiding within the academy itself. Geometry Ma understood Medea's burden and gently expressed sympathy, accepting the decision to keep the secret. Medea looked at Geometry Ma emotionally, hesitating to say something heartfelt. She told him he should behave more his age, likening him to an old man trapped in a young body. The atmosphere gradually calmed as the Sword Emperor and Medea left the room, leaving Geomma alone. Medea walked down the sunlit corridor, her eyes showing a hint of resilience and determination to pursue the truth to the end. The two stopped mid-corridor. The director asked Sieg if he remembered their first meeting after enrollment. Sieg was stunned by the question, while the director recalled a familiar moment from long ago. She recounted how Sieg had been lying on a chair, drawing his sword immediately when prompted, then coldly ordering not to be commanded. The director laughed, recalling Sieg's attitude back then as typical teenage rebellion, while Sieg denied remembering anything. She glanced at Sieg quietly, saying it felt like just yesterday despite having spent 60 years here. The director sighed, realizing she had lived too long but was still only a small part of Joaquin Academy's history. She reminisced about when they first enrolled. This place was already an ancient school full of history. Sieg spoke seriously that despite many upheavals, the academy had nurtured and protected students for 700 years. Medea stood solemnly amid shattered light, preparing to reveal important information about the midterm exam. Before the exam took place, Medea received reports confirming that many preliminary surveys of the island had been completed. Although the chances were low, Skopje was famous for the appearance of mermaids, so Medea took every precaution. However, what happened afterward was beyond prediction, leaving her feeling helpless and pained. Sieg silently looked at Medea, saying nothing, sharing emotions through his deeply thoughtful eyes. He placed his hand on Medea's shoulder, gently calling her name as a wordless comfort. Their closeness radiated through the simple gesture set against the warm sunset light. Both stood silently by the window, carrying doubts and worries yet unresolved. Medea was startled from her thoughts, her eyes sparkling as if hiding something, while Sieg silently observed her.